Looks like we're live. I guess I can put chat up while I'm doing my boring intro. Boring intro. It's fine. Hey, what's up, Hayden? How's it going? Yeah, I got a haircut last weekend, I think. Yeah, last weekend. Because it was getting a little unmanageable, and I was like, well, it was mostly because when I went running, my hair was hitting my eyes, and I was like, I can't do this. This is pain. So that's why I got it cut. My hair's been longer before, but I felt like it was time-ish. So anyway, let's see. Today is Saturday, January 18th of 2020, the new year, and we're going to be working on Babi today. 3-second stream delay. That's not bad. Yeah, I did improve the logging of the bot because it used to be just like unintelligible garbage. So now it kind of looks like IRC would look with some nice timestamps, usernames, and output there. There was a bug earlier. Well, a long while ago. Actually, I don't remember when it was. Seems like not too long ago. But the date stamps are wrong. They weren't zero padded, so I had to fix that. Zero pad. When was this commit? December 8th. Okay, maybe it was quite a while ago. It was like 40 days ago. But yeah, I did fix that. I don't suppose you have a way to find out if a user is a mod or a sub, do you? You can, but let's see, Twitch API user. There's a way using the user reference. Get user. Oh, the return value is over here. Let's see. Bio created at display name, email, verified, logo, name, notifications, partnered. Okay, that seems to just be like the actual user object and not the mod status.
Isn't this epic?
It is epic, Hayden. Thank you for the resub. Hey, what's up, X? Not hello. Oh yeah, today, what we're working on today is we're gonna do some syntax highlighting for Babi, so it will stop looking boring and plain. We will actually have some amount of syntax highlighting. That is the goal for today. It's a bit ambitious, but let me show you what I have so far. I did this a long time ago. It's not actually well, it's only partially helpful for Babi, but we'll be able to use a lot of the techniques for the rest of it. So I wrote this little script. It doesn't really do all that much. Let me go over the script and then we'll run it. So basically what it does is there's 3 types of, hey, what's up is identical. There's and an entire sleeve. Hello, hello. There's 3 types of terminal highlighting that happen by default. So first there's the 8-bit colors, which I forget how to trigger them. Let's see, seek, I think it's 30 to 39. Echo-E, escape character, number M. I think it's this. Yeah, so these are the 8-bit color, or the 8-bit, say 3-bit colors, 4-bit colors? I don't know. The 8 colors. These are the default colors. Let's see. Hayden's gonna grab food. We'll be back later. Awesome. Sounds good. His identical says, I have 1.1 ninja points. It's time to spend them all. Nice. On your channel points. Oh, they fixed the thing. Usually so this is a highlighted message. Yeah, I was counting out the bits on my fingers. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. 8-bit length. Brainwash says, "Hey there, Anthuan." Is that my name now? It's like the Jardon for Captain Sparkles. I see. I did some extensive research, collected data. Oh, I know where this is going. I know exactly what the end of this is already. I did some extensive research, collected data, processed it with my recursive abstract RNN LSTM neural network. You heard me. And it turns out that you had actually used Python more than you had contributed to its codebase. You are a fraud and my day is ruined. Welcome back, brainwashed. An entire sleeve says, kind of random, but this is reminding me I need to write a module for parsing dirt colors. Kind of amazed I can't actually find one. Wait, maybe this is part of Zinch? I don't actually know how to pronounce this. It's the shell that's written in Python. Dirt colors. Oh, the output of this thing. This crazy thing here. Yeah. It's something. It sure is something. I don't even know why this is... Oh, I guess it makes sense. Whatever. Anyway, that's dirt colors. This is 8-bit colors. But then there's 256 colors. Which... Let's see, it looks like this syntax does that. So we can do 0 to 255. 38.5. Number. Okay, so these are the 256 colors. So this is what, 8-bit color? You can actually see here that the first 8, well, actually the first 16 are part of the this table here. You can see these ones. Oh, I did my sequence wrong. It should have been 30 to 37, because these are just filler colors or ones that I don't know what they do. But anyway, the first 16 colors are part of a smaller table. First 8 are from this very, very small table. And the rest of them are I think it's 6x6 color wheel, followed by a 18 grayscale table. So this is 256 colors. And then the third type of coloring is true coloring, which is done like this. Let's see. Oh, actually, I think is it in integers or is it in hex? So if I wanted to do a 256 color, this is Microsoft Blue. Why do I have it memorized? I don't know. Let's see. Red is 30, green is 119, and blue is 211. M. So this is true color. But anyway. Let's see. Is identical says, what does ASPI mean? It looks like a namespace for formatter related packages, but you are the only user. It actually means nothing. You can pretend that it means Anthony Stilly Python, but it really doesn't mean anything. You're referring to ASPI.yaml and ASPI.refactor imports. These two packages. I originally thought I was going to make namespace packages for everything, and then I realized that namespace packages kind of suck. And so I stopped after the second one, and then just went to just normally named packages. But I'm not the only consumer of these packages. I've seen other people using this package. I don't know why they would use it. It doesn't really do that much. It just adds ordered load and ordered dump to YAML. Which... I don't know. How do I have 90 commits in this project? It's fucking dead simple. Project maintenance. This is an actual feature. These are all project maintenance. Wait, why did I bump the version? Oh, 1.2. Yeah, I changed to declarative metadata, so that's project maintenance as well. These are all project maintenance. More project maintenance? I don't know why I bumped version here. Maybe the code changed. Oh yeah, the code changed. Anyway, most of the commits on that have been project maintenance, but I'm getting super distracted there. But yeah, it doesn't really mean anything, but you can pretend it means something. I originally had a namespace package called acetili, and then I was like, no one's gonna be able to type that, so I went with something that was less long. And conveniently, the word asp is a type of venomous snake. So, oh yeah, I need the dictionary definition of snake, of course. What did I click on? Oh, I clicked on snakes. Anyway, yeah, an asp is a snake, so aspy is a little bit snaky. Greenwatch says, hey there, it was practically impossible for me to watch due to your schedule while following admin of code. Yeah, admin of code was kind of a rough schedule for everyone. It was really rough for me as well. My sleep schedule was all sorts of fucked up, and like I didn't get much sleep, and I couldn't exercise as much. It was rough. I don't know if I'll do them on time next year, although I want points. Points are so good. Is the music loud? Just me? No, I think it's about right. Let's see. An Entire Sleep says, Dirt Colors is weird for historical reasons, as one might expect of such things when they are weird. Yeah. Where was it? It kind of makes sense, like, wait. What are these beginning ones? Look, I know what these are. These are all file extensions. And these are all foreground background things. I don't know what the colon is, though. Oh, the colon's the separator. Okay. Maybe this is, like, links? I don't fucking know. Whatever. Xnilo says, what is AOC? AOC is Advent of Code, which I'm still not done with yet. I got super stuck on day 22. I'm gonna come back to it. I need to learn some math first, so I'm gonna do a little bit of research on modulo linear transformation. I think that's what it was. I found some articles that I just need to read and understand how they work, and then I should be able to do part 2 of day 22. But I got super stuck because I didn't know the math, and that's fine. I was really bummed about not knowing math, though. Like, after I signed off the stream that day, I was just like, oh, that was miserable. But it's fine. Sometimes you don't know stuff in computing, and that's just okay. Cleopatra killed herself with an asp, if I recall correctly, according to legend. Oh, interesting. Colon is the delimiter. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like path separator. Just also colon delimited. Except on Windows, where it's semicolon delimited, because the paths can contain drive specifiers, which have colons in them. We switched it to a different. I maintain a repo with a huge list of file extensions for loading with dirt colors. Some of it is pretty out there. Interesting. Cool. But anyway, yeah, let me get back to this script. So there's 3 types, well, it's kind of, yeah. There's three ways to highlight code. And I'm really only caring about 256 and true color here, but there's the 8-bit colors, there's the 3-bit colors, 4-bit colors? I think it's 4-bit colors. Yeah, 4-bit colors, 8-bit colors, and then true colors, which is 32-bit colors. Although I think they don't use the full 32 bits because there's no transparency in terminals, at least not in Xterm, so that's not implemented. But anyway, I wrote a little bit of math to compute the 256-bit color table, which will be useful. So unfortunately, let me step back a little bit. Curses can detect whether a terminal supports 256-bit color or true color, but it's a little bit broken. Let's see, import curses.wrapper c main standard screen standard screen dot insert string at 00 stir curses dot can change color. I think this is the function. If it's not If it's not, we'll look at that in a second. Okay, yeah. So that's the function. So in Xterm, or in Xterm 256 color, Curses knows that this can change color, so it says true. However, if we do term equals screen 256 color, which is the one that Tmux runs with, it doesn't believe that it can change colors. And when I say like change colors here, it basically means whether it can use true color or not. We also have some other interesting variables that Curses gives us here. Let's just f-string this up a little bit. Colors supported. Curses.colors. And I don't know, like, I know that my version of Tmux supports true color, but I don't know a way to force Curses to be like, no, trust me, I got this. I know my terminal can change colors. I don't care if you spit garbage to the screen. Yeah, so Curses can also tell you how many colors are supported. So in Xterm 256 color, it obviously, but it tells you 256, even though you can change the colors, so you can actually get true color. But if I did term equals Xterm without the 256 colors, it falls back to just the default 8-color mode. And if I do dumb, apparently dumb doesn't work at all. Why didn't dumb work at all? It didn't print anything. What was the one I was using before? There was one that doesn't even have 8-bit color. It was not dumb. I don't remember how to get a list of the terminals. Curses, get a list of supported terminals. No. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Find this dash type f dash print. We don't have that directory. On Solaris 10. Cool. It's not user share lib term info, it's user share term info. And there's nothing in there. Ooh, that's not right either. User share misc? No. Where's this? Why? Well, let's try VT100. That might be one. Okay, yeah. So here's a terminal which does not support any colors at all. It glitches out a little bit when you quit it, but that's fine. Everything is okay. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is there's different modes of color that I need to support. The most important, I guess the most important ones are like true color, 256, or I just turn color off, probably, to be realistic. But in my theme files, which I'm going to be using from Visual Studio, which are the same ones that TextMate and Sublime and all those other ones use, except the Sublime and TextMate ones are XML, but Visual Studios are JSON, so we'll need to worry about the format there, but we'll see that in a second. Hey, what's up, Alex180 King? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, there's 3 modes that I care about, but the colors that we get from the theme are true color colors, and so we're going to need to normalize them to 256 to the 8-bit colors if we don't support true color. And so, whoa, what did I just do? Oh, how did that? I didn't click the minimize button. What the fuck button? Like, what keyboard shortcut? I only used the mouse. So I don't know how I managed to minimize this window without clicking this button. Because it's not in this right-click menu, which is what I would have thought. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I need to figure out the 256 color table in order to normalize the true colors into that table. So I wrote this little script, which prints out the 256 color table and then what those colors would be if they were true color. So you can see these are all the same. So I did the math right. But anyway, cool. Let's see. I missed a lot of chat here. X thing about terminal colors is a little bit broken. All programmers 2020. Yeah, pretty much. If you really want to pain in your ass, try figuring out which term settings will report that you can change the color, the cursor shape. It was a nightmare getting that working in Tmux. I had to build my own and load it with. Oh. You can change the cursor shape? What? Hey, what's up, Anki Academy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I didn't know you can change the cursor shape. I'm gonna look at that in a second. That seems pretty wild. Snow says, I gotta take my son to his friend's house now. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Is Identical says, how many colors do you need to make syntax highlighting? 7? So most of the themes that I looked at, and we'll grab some themes later. Most of the themes that I looked at used at most like 8 colors. So the palette is not very wide, but they were 200. They were true color codes. So we'll probably only enable coloring if the terminal supports 256 colors or more. Hey, what's up, XOR Code? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream, which means we probably won't be using this at all, because this is actually only 16 color mode. As much as like the number of times I was like, oh yeah, we'll be using this for syntax highlighting later, I'm probably not going to use this, which is fine, but it was kind of a useful thing for me to figure out at that point. So. Let's see. An entire sleeve says, does your terminal emulator support 24-bit color? Yes, it does. We showed that earlier. Here's me printing out a Microsoft Blue text, which for whatever reason I've memorized the hex code for it. But anyway, there's a true color demo, and actually this table here. These are all true color escapes down here. When I say true color, I mean 24-bit. Whereas these are the 256, the 8-bit escapes. And they got generated from this script here. And I generated the 8-bit color table here as well. The only other thing here is I don't have the first 15 colors, so I need to add those into here as well, but we'll get to that eventually. I think that's not actually the interesting part. The future it says, why do you use Python instead of C++? I don't really know how to answer that. I use both, but for this project I'm using Python because it's, I don't know, easier to get going. And the performance really doesn't matter all that much in this, so, well, it hasn't mattered yet. It will matter eventually, but you can see, like, and I've done no performance optimization, so this is just, like, as slow as it can be, and it's still, like, very responsive, and, but yeah, eventually it might be slow, and then I will have to do some performance optimization. But this is CPython. Every key press re-renders the entire screen, and it's still like no input delay. Well, actually, we can figure out the input delay because I added a new thing that helps me profile it. Was it perflog? So we can see like types of characters, or types of characters in prompt. We delete those, we quit, and we can look at the performance log. So you can see like how many microseconds each event took and what that event was, so which key was pressed. So you can see here that like startup takes like, startup's the slowest part. takes like 4 milliseconds. But each of these key presses, which again, remember, is re-rendering the entire screen, and I'm in a virtual machine, so it's kind of slow. These are taking less than a millisecond to render, which is imperceptible to a human. You can also see that when I press escape and when I typed in the prompt at the bottom, this is a lot faster. And that's because this doesn't do a full screen render. When I'm in that escape menu, it's only working on that bottom row of the terminal, and so these numbers tend to be a little bit faster. Of course, there's some random variation in these, but you can see like on average, these are taking an order of magnitude less. And you can see like shutdown takes a little bit more as well. I do have a way to performance test this, and the language it's written in doesn't make it that much slower. And I have type checking, so I have like all the things that I would want from C++, but I don't have to use C++. I do like C++, don't get me wrong. It's just not what I wanted to do for this project. I also didn't really want to have a compiler in between me and running the code. It would have made it a lot slower to get this up and working. But yeah. Hayden's back. Got your food, I see. Up to the Max says, "Old cheese enchiladas, Anthony. Your hair is falling off." Well, now I got a haircut. It's not falling off. It's fine. It's still all here. Just shorter. It's still there. I promise. Certain terminals allow you to change between the box and the beam cursor. Oh yeah, we're gonna look that up. Let's see. Change cursor shape. Terminal. How to change the cursor from a box to a line. Yeah, you can do that with that. But is there an escape sequence? What does the Q do? Space is needed. Corresponds to SP in the documentation. 6 space Q. Oh, what? I had no idea. What does Babi do if you do this? Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Huh. I had no idea. It's really hard to see in the quit dialogue though, or in the prompt dialogue. Pretty cool. Didn't know that was a thing. But wow, I had no idea. There's all sorts of different ones. Blinking box. These ones seem the same. Steady block. Blinking underline. What was that one? 3? Oh. Interesting. Steady underline. Blinking bar. I think blinking bar is probably the one that I like. I kind of like it. I don't know if I'll change to it, but like, kind of cool in its own weird way. But anyway, thanks for teaching me something. Monkey Academy says, "Welcome, looks really fun." Awesome. Well, hopefully we'll get into something that actually does something soon. We'll see. You can see it in Vim. Oh, does Vim do stuff with that? How? How do I change it in Vim? It looks like just the block for me. It might just be NeoVim. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Hayden says, "As soon as Babi has syntax highlighted, I'm going to make the first unofficial theme." Nice. Well, you can just use any of the Visual Studio Code themes, which will be pretty cool. An entire sleeve says, "Would PyPy be faster at something like this? I wouldn't think so, but I haven't used it much yet." Yes, PyPy does actually make this faster. Unfortunately, there's a bug in PyPy right now which causes it to crash. However, if we download the nightly, nightly PyPy v6 Linux 64. We grab this download, shouldn't take too long. My internet's pretty fast. Oh man, this was so painful to download when I was in Michigan. This took literally an hour to download. And the first time I downloaded it got to 90%, and then my internet cut out, so I had to start over. It was awful. But yeah, PyPy does actually make Babi quite a bit faster. Mostly because it can optimize the hot parts. So let's see. PyPy bin PyPy Babi. And we'll do the perf log just to show you guys. And so it takes a little bit longer to start up. The fuck? Oh, right, I need babi.py. Right. So it takes a little bit longer to start up. This is faster, but not like noticeably, and it takes a little bit while for it to catch up to be fast enough. And actually, I don't remember, maybe the nightly ones don't have JIT. I think they do. But it is faster, it's just not super noticeably faster from a human's perspective. In fact, these are way slower. But you can see like it eventually speeds up down here, but you'd have to use it for quite a while for it to get up to the super fast speed. But actually, this looks quite a bit slower. But I think if you use it for a longer amount of time, the JIT will eventually catch up and realize those are hot paths and optimize them. Weird. On my other computer, it makes like a huge difference to run it in PyPy. Like it's way faster. It's possible that this nightly build is not as optimized, or there's some bug that hasn't been fixed or whatever. But usually it makes it way faster. But anyway, yes, it can run in PyPy. It would be, it is an option for performance optimization eventually. Future Earth says, I'm totally a newbie, so don't mind my strange questions. Yeah, I don't mind questions. I love answering them. Sometimes you get into arguments where people are like, why are you using this programming language over this programming language? And it tends to be like a contentious topic in programming, and a lot of people do it just to like troll or be mean about a programming language. And so like, it's one of the ones that you want to be very careful about asking. I'm fine answering it because I don't really give a fuck. I'll use whatever programming language I need to. But in this case, I'm using Python because it was convenient and yeah. Basically only because it was convenient. And because most of the stuff that I write nowadays is in Python. Which is... I don't necessarily think Python is a great programming language. It's good. It's not perfect. It's not what I would want a perfect programming language to be. It just happens to be what I write most of my code in nowadays. Want me to run those on my Windows subsystem for Linux install. Startup was 614 milliseconds. First character was 1192. Second character is 450. Yeah, I kind of expect WSL to be similar in speed since it's kind of a virtual machine. Interestingly, on my work laptop, which is, I don't know, like 5-year-old hardware now, it's actually faster because I'm not running in a VM. I actually didn't realize how much slower my virtual machine makes everything, but it's actually pretty noticeable when you start doing performance analysis. But on my work laptop, it's a 2015 MacBook Pro, but I dual boot Linux on it, so I'm running Ubuntu on it. And Babi's actually way faster on that machine, which is wild. Let's see. Future Hertz says, have you ever heard of processing? In what context? Because that word can mean a lot of things in a lot of different contexts. Yes, I've heard of the word. I don't know which form of processing you're talking about. Here's the perf log from WSL2. Yeah, this is pretty reasonable. I see you're in the escape menu down here. Oh, yeah, seems pretty reasonable. Okay, what is Control M here? Why did you type one more key after quit? Oh, maybe you modified I don't actually remember how this worked. I thought quit just quits independent of what happened. Anyway, but yeah, these are similar times to what I'm seeing, and but no, I have very, very good hardware, but this is a virtual machine, so that's why it's kind of shitty. 25 megabytes in an hour. How did you survive? Yeah, it was awful. His identical says just torrent it. Are there torrents available? I don't think there were. I know there's torrents for the releases, but I don't think there's torrents for the nightlies. So I didn't do that. But yeah, I did use torrents a lot because they're even if they were slower to download, they didn't get interrupted in the middle, and so I could actually download stuff. So that was pretty good. An entire sleeve says, okay, cool. Someone wrote a chess engine in Python, which seems ridiculous, but I wonder if PyPy could make it anything like decent. PyPy is actually, I mean, pretty close to fucking magic. This guy. It's an off-topic question. You should be voting to migrate instead of answering it. I guess this was originally on Stack Overflow. Yeah, migrated from Stack Overflow. This is the Stack Overflow answer that I would want to see. This is the computing answer that I would want to see. It's kind of unfortunate. Did they let me outvote that finally? Cool. But yeah, PyPy is pretty fucking magical. It can make slow code fast. I mean, not. It can make linear speedups to code, just by being a JIT and being amazing. An entire sleeve. I don't necessarily think Python is a great programming language, says the dude who is maintaining an array of Python development tools. Yeah. Like I say, it's just the current poison that I'm currently working on. We say list instead of arrays. Yeah. Oh, did I say? Oh, Chupsmack says Michigan has some wicked fast internets. The university does, but my bumfuck nowhere childhood home has terrible internet. And actually, it could have better internet. So what we paid for is 200 megabits per second, and we get like one megabit per second, which is slow. And so usually once a year, when I come home for the 2 weeks that I do for the holidays, I will phone up the service provider and be like, "Yo, what the fuck? We're paying for all this internet. Where's my internet? I need my internet." And then usually they come out, they send a tech out, and they climb up the pole and they tweak the little thing and like fix the wire or whatever. And then usually it's fine for whatever, for some amount of time. And then I leave, and then I come back and it's shit again. And I basically repeat this every year, but I forgot about it this year. I forgot to do it this year, so I just dealt with the slow internet the whole time. Also, when I landed, it was a holiday, and then I didn't really use the internet for like a week. And then by that point, it was almost time for me to leave, and then like scheduling all that, and I just didn't bother. But yeah. Is Identical says, new emote anytime soon. I do have emotes available, I just don't have ideas for them yet. I was thinking of doing one that is... that is this. Hey, what's up, Hyper Girl? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, girl. 41M. I was thinking of doing this as an emote. Just this F, but with a dot in front of it. I don't know. I'm not very creative. Actually, is that how pre-commit shows it? I don't even remember. I don't feel my hooks very often. Oh, that's a typo. Man, that started was slow. A period and F, and then you could be like F's in the chat, but you would get the The Anthony Wright's code app. I don't know. I'm not very creative, but it would be pretty. It would be pretty. Interesting. Hayden says arrays greater than lists greater than sets. So in Python, there's actually kind of two. There is an array type, but almost no one uses it because it's kind of shit. Yeah. So you basically build a struct array, and it kind of hands you a chunk of memory that you can box in and out of each item. At least that's how I understand that it works. Could be wrong. Byte swap. Byte swap all items of the array. This is only supported for values which are 1, 2, 4, 8 bytes in size. Useful reading data. Oh. Interesting. But yeah, from what I understand, it's really only useful for like the twiddling stuff. And structure packing and that sort of thing. But there are arrays in Python. They're not so great. I think when you say arrays greater than lists, greater than sets, I think you're mostly, at least in Python, you'd be referring to like tuples lists, and then sets. I don't know. Sets are pretty awesome. Future says it's a programming language for visual stuff. Oh. So you said like processing lang. This one. Where's the example? Example. Right. One that's less boring. Fuck. Oh, this kind of looks like what you would do for either SVGs or what is the canvas in JavaScript? Looks neat. Oh, you did :Q then enter. Duh, of course. That's why there was an enter at the end. That makes sense. Cursive Chat says, hello, I have a class that takes in some positional only arguments in the constructor, but I want to provide a constructor that can take in only keyword argument. How can I do that? You probably have to do something like this. So those are positional only arguments. You would have to do a class. Well, this is one way to do it. You would make an alternate constructor with a different signature. So let's say these are named only arguments. Return class. Maybe your alternate constructor does math on these or whatever. But this is how you could convert named only arguments into positional only arguments. I can't really think of any other way that you would do this. Oh, and if we want to type annotate these, let's say these are just ints. That's easy enough. Or you could be, since we're already using 3.8 features here, you could do this, and then you don't need to clip this. So that might be one way that you could approach it. I don't know. Python doesn't really have great support for overloaded signatures, so to speak. The other option is you do all of the processing yourself. You could do something like this. The problem with this is it's really like, it's hard to convince the type checker what your signature is. I guess you could do something like this. Do if type checking and I never remember the exact syntax for overloads, but it's something like this. course, you would want to actually type annotate these if you were doing this. So in type checking, you would see these overloads, and this is not the right way to do this. I think you actually have to do after it, something like this. Then you would do any, and then the actual implementation would be down here. Oh, actually, we can just do this. Hey, what's up? Mikado1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see if args. Expected only positional arguments. If not, let's see. Named A times 2. Named B. Actually, you would want to do named only, so you would want to do pop to require the argument. You could do pop with a default to not require it. If quargs raise type error, unexpected named arguments. You want this. So you could do something like this as well. This would actually give you your single signature code. And this is telling the type checker that, hey, this is an overloaded function that supports these two names. You might even be able to just do this. I'm not sure. I don't remember how the overloading works. Especially with double internet, because double internet is pretty weird, so. Certainly an idea, but let me paste bin this for you. It might not be completely correct, but it's something that you can, no. This is so zoomed in. I was gonna guess that it's fourth or something weird. Oh, I guess Python, that's a new one. Amazing. But yeah, this is like one idea on how you can implement this. Let's see, way back though. An entire sleeve says why though, right? Nicholas Owen says, hey man, what are you doing? I'm eventually working on syntax highlighting. That's the plan for today. Although we're 50 minutes in and I've mostly just been chatting, so that's fine. I like talking. It's good to hang out with chat. I haven't done this in a while, so it's good to see. Isn't it? Nicole says, remove array from your life and get an easy 1000 XLM. Aiden says, I'm getting 150 megabits per second when I move. Sounds good. I have gigabit Ethernet, or gigabit not Ethernet. Gigabit internet right now, and it's great. Really like it. Array is the most useless module ever. They should remove it from standard lib in PEP 594. Yeah, PEP 94 is the one where they're removing all of those useless modules. I don't know, I think array still has some uses in like low-level bit twiddling stuff, so I really doubt that it'll get removed. Hey, what's up, Neophyte? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Also, I think it's used in a bunch of other modules. Grep-e from import array. Should have done -l. And then in lib, and then without test. Well, fewer modules than I expected. Cool. Definitely need this signature here. Why is lock just completely unused? This looks like a bug. Oh, maybe because this is the dummy implementation of multiprocessing? Or for the API multiprocessing using threads. No lock though. Oh, probably because this... No, this doesn't use it either. Send an array of follow descriptors over a Unix socket. I mean, they could probably do this with struct.pack instead of using array.array, but same deal here as well. In fact, this looks like exactly the same function as or same functionality as the multiprocessing one. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't get used that much. So could be a potential one to go away. Yoav says, hi, are you coding today? The plan is eventually. Calm the fuck out. Yeah, I'm planning to work on syntax highlighting, which, here's my little demo, but I've been spending the whole time getting caught up in chat. Can you get the hex of your terminal background? Yes. I believe it is... That was kind of cool. I believe it is 2D0922. Should be that hex code. So 2 constructors. Yeah, that was the plan. Here, have a failed test emote. Nice. Hey, what's up, Count D Monet? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this was my idea for a test emote, or for the emote, but the colors are a little bit. But I would work on that. We could zoom in. Wait, zoom. Control Shift Plus. I would probably just zoom in, take a screenshot of this, and then go back to. Anyway, if I was making that emote, but I'm not doing that today. I forgot how to zoom a terminal because I am a computer. Hertz TV says, hi, Python version is all the right answer. So this will support 3.6 and 3.7 and 3.8 and 3.9 and my fake 3.10 and PyPy 3. So those are the current versions in Python that I'm targeting with this code. Hey, what's up, Neophi? Hello, hello. Recursive chat says, could you post it in on Pastebin or the other Git thing provides? Yeah, I did. I got you. Mind reader, didn't get there yet. Catherine says, did you adopt type checking because you wanted to, or you were required by your employer, or both? It's because I wanted to. In fact, I've been driving a lot of the type adoption at Lyft, so that we can have much higher confidence that our code actually works. And it seems like almost all the people are very receptive to type checking at Lyft, which is really good, because it makes our code so much more reliable. There's so many bugs that we've found just by either using a type checker or like prevented bugs in production due to type checking, and I think that's super helpful. Although we had a bug the other day in some code that wasn't type checked, which was a none versus 0 bug, which that was a mess. But yeah, sometimes gradual typing doesn't get you everything. Sounds like me program, right, Kazia? Jepson Max, he's warming up. Okay, I'm getting ready. Get in my zone. Mikado one says, I don't get any of this. Don't worry, this is like kind of advanced stuff. We'll get to the interesting stuff soon. What about the red? The red that's used is also in this CSS file. I think it's here, build/main. It's at the bottom. Yes. Color. Actually, I think one of them, we render a failure on the homepage. So you can just grab it from there. Yeah, so you can just grab the colors from here. You can also grab the white as well. So that's how you can get that. Where's Python 2.8? Right? I don't have Python 2.8. Hey, what's up, Python? How's it going? Penselic 96. Go to the profile settings tree. Can you find the hex red? Yeah, you can find them on precommit.com. Future says, are all the languages equally powerful? So, kind of a hard question. So, the answer, from a theoretical perspective, is yes, as long as they are all Turing complete. The answer from a practical standpoint is no, because some programming languages you would only use in some situations, and so they aren't equal in all regards there. Like, for instance, you probably wouldn't be able to use JavaScript, or you probably wouldn't be able to use anything other than JavaScript in the browser that easily. Now, granted, there's mscripting and all sorts of other fun stuff that you can do to bring native code into the browser, but writing code in a programming language, you pretty much have to use JavaScript or something that compiles to it to work in the browser. And so JavaScript has an advantage over Python when used in the browser, or things like that. Or say you're working on an embedded device and you can't afford to install a chunky interpreter, and so that kind of rules out Ruby and JavaScript and Python and PHP and those sorts of languages. So they're not truly equal, but you should be able to work on that stuff. You're the one working on unimport. Yeah, so I've been following that. No, not unimport Python. This one. So I have been looking at this, and I don't want to spoil it, but there's another project that does this already. What is it called? I think it's called Autoflake. But you might be able to steal some of the ideas from it. Oh, here's the. Oh. This one seems to do some of this already, where it detects unused imports and then deletes them. Now, granted, it uses PyFlakes as the engine to figure out whether it's unused or not, so it might be a little bit heavier than you want. But it does have options for removing unused imports. But that was just my thought when I saw an import. I didn't actually try it, so I don't actually know. But it seems like a cool project. I noticed you've been using some of the stuff that Is Identical has been working on for code refactoring, which just seems cool. Where's your precommit hooks.yaml file? Come on, man. I kid. You can add support if you want. But yeah, seems like a cool project. Hey, what's up? AGI stack overflowing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You better watch that stack if it's overflowing. Get on that. Yeah. You have Python 3.10, which no one wants, but you don't have 2.8. Odd. I think people want 3.10, but I mean, I certainly want it over 4.0 because I want Python to actually work, you know? Did you make the emote? Nice. Font's wrong, though. Spacing's wrong. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, what's up, Viking Coder? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the work that you put into Hayden. Initial didn't know. So do I, and he invited me, and we tried to do some of the things like refactoring. It's still in development. Nice. Hello, Viking Coder. Future Earth says, I'm into embedded systems. I think that's the name given to machine automation, right? AI and games. Should I learn C++ or Python? If you're going to do AI, you would probably learn Python. Because you would end up with all of those TensorFlow, such libraries. And unfortunately, like, for better or worse, Python is kind of the best at those. You know? But if you're doing like embedded systems, like low-level hardware stuff, C++ would be a better choice. It really kind of depends. You can highlight emotes. It looks super glitchy, but this is what Identical is referring to. I highlight emotes, yes. Hey, thank you for the subscription, AGI Stack Overflowing. Greatly appreciated. Woo, subs! Yay! You didn't even use a message though. I have TTS on, so you can do trolley stuff with subscriptions. You'll just have to do it when you resub. But anyway, let's do some actual programming today. Okay, so first we're going to start by grabbing a theme from Visual Studio Code themes, and that'll kick us off on getting our highlighting working. Welcome to this sub squad, right, Hayden? Let's see, VS Code themes. So I'm going to just be doing the JSON-based TM languages to begin with. There's the XML-based ones, which are kind of a lot of work. Where's the like popular? There's like some popular one. This one? Is this the website? Yeah, this is the website. Okay, so I think One Dark Pro is the one I was looking at. One Dark Pro GitHub. And it's in this directory. And this is the theme file. Babi, we'll close some of these tabs. Let's see, nano. Maker themes. We're not gonna actually check these in, but so let's look at what a theme looks like. Oh, fucking A. Really? I wanted the raw button. I didn't click the right thing. I'm an idiot. I am to blame here. It's my fault. Okay, so what a theme looks like is it has this top level colors, right? And then it has some particular token colors, although I don't actually care about because we're not rendering Visual Studio itself. The only one we care about here is the background. No. I think it's this one, editor.background. I think this is the only one we actually care about. And this foreground, I guess, too. So we care about these two colors. But other than that, we don't care about any of the other ones. We're not doing any menuing or tabs or terminal or any of that other stuff. But we do care about all of these token colors down here. And the way themes work in TextMate and Visual Studio Code is each token. So there's a syntax file which parses a file and turns it into tokens. Each token has a scope. And scope is basically just a dotted name, and then that dotted name has this color. Every theme that I've looked at so far only mentions foregrounds in the token colors, though in theory I think they could support backgrounds. I just haven't seen any that do it. You know, maybe I'll make it work, but maybe not. But this is kind of what the file looks like, and then it's just these token color mappings at the end. And then type dark, but I guess we don't really use that. And it looks like the scope is a comma-separated list. Future Hurt says, what are you into? I actually do a lot of stuff. I have a bunch of hobbies, unfortunately, which means that I have, like, no free time. I say as I stream programming on Twitch, right? Hey, what's up, MaxiAlpha79? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, some of my hobbies, including what I did this morning. Oh, I forgot to update my spreadsheet. Oops, that's not the right tab. So I run a lot, which is not the right account. Gotta go to this account. Go to my running spreadsheet. And let's see, I did... Wow, this is really out of date. I went climbing this week, right? Yeah, on Monday, but I skipped it on Thursday and went running instead. Did not run on Friday, although I did 7 miles today. I would have gone further, Because I had time to go further. Unfortunately, my watch was just like, I'm not going to use GPS, and I don't actually know the turnaround points for 8 or 9 miles, but I did know the turnaround point for 7 miles, so I'd turn around at 7 miles. But yeah, I'm training for a marathon right now, so that's a thing. I'm nowhere near the mileage that I need to be at this point, so I'm pretty far behind. Although last year, like right before the end of the year, end of it, I was getting up to like decent mileage per day, where like I could have run a marathon here and I would have been fine, I think, but I didn't. Yeah, so I'm into running. I like to play Pokemon, although I haven't played Pokemon in quite a while. I like shiny Pokemon. I bike a lot. I go climbing twice a week, usually. I like to do downhill skiing. I did racing in college. What other hobbies do I have? Programming, of course, open source. That sort of thing. Get Horizon. I swear to God, if you don't get Horizon, yeah, I mean, you can use whatever themes. Oh, when it comes to programming and coding, oh, my interests in programming and coding are mostly around developer tools and productivity stuff. So that's most of what I do. But yeah, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna just make a small little demo script for this. Actually, I think I can probably take this and adjust it. Okay, so first we're going to, well, we'll make some actual code here. Name is main. Oops. Actually need this down here. Of course, we're gonna type annotate this, even though it really doesn't matter. So we're gonna use a theme and a file, but we're not gonna do this yet. We're just gonna do some stuff with the theme first. I need JSON, HIJ. Yeah, so first I'm just gonna do some stuff demoing the theme, and then we'll go from that eventually. Knuckle Eric with the best theme ever. The, what is it, Bidoof Monokai? Hey, you got a 5-star rating already. That's probably you though, right? Looks pretty good. Why is it called Bidoof though? Add more contrast to the UI, remove the italics and underlines, change the background color, replace the string color with Monokai Pro variant. Why has it got Bidoof in there? Green God says, hi, are you a developer in your spare time? Yes, I'm also paid professionally to work as a software developer. I work at Lyft, if you're curious. Yeah, I knew it was your theme. I was just like, why is it called Bidoof? I don't see a Bidoof. Hey, how's it going, Guide VV? What am I doing today? I'm working on syntax highlighting. We're finally implementing syntax highlighting for babi. Assuming that I actually end up getting it done. Oh, the background is just browner. Oh, I see. That's why it's called Bidoof. Makes sense. Any chance you work with analytics and big data, like handling data streams, etc.? Nah, that stuff doesn't interest me at all. I work on developer tools, so I build stuff that in theory makes developers productive, but it turns out it's a really hard problem, so no one's really great at it. Okay, so we need several colors out of there. What were the ones we were looking at before? Tab I had open. Did I see Haskell in there? Haskell. Haskell storage type. Cool, there's language specific highlight codes, of course. Why would there be anything different? Worked at a company over Christmas, and their dev toolchain consisted of a Samba share with VS Code on a server they were SSHing into anyways. Interesting. Multi-Hacker says, I use VS Code with nano keybinds. Damn. That's good. I like it. We have a Dano friend in the chat. Let's see. Editor.background. I think this is one of the ones we want. And this one. I already have a name tuple. Cool. So theme is going to have background as a stir. Well, it'll be a color, right? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a color. Cool. And then we need colors, which will be some sort of mapping, probably. Hey, what's up, Carcass? Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. It'll be token colors, probably, so it'll be a mapping from string to color. But we'll need to figure out the total color count for curses, at least. For this, it doesn't really matter. Let's see, token colors, which is a dict of stir to color. And then we'll make a parse function. Contents, let's see, well, I don't like type annotations. Let's do file name stir. So, put this code here. I could be using Babi to edit this, but meh. So curricular ways and show them code remote. My boss said it completely overhauled their process. That's awesome. It's identical. Everyone likes Nano except for the Vim folks. That's pretty sweet. Ringon says, darn it, I'm kind of struggling to figure out where to invest my time at the moment. Should I go all in on Python, or should I consider learning Java for data processing software? I'm afraid I will hit a bottleneck with Python, but I'm too inexperienced knowing if it will become a problem. Any tip? So what I would suggest, if you're just starting out with programming, learn one programming language and focus on that. Get good at that programming language. And the thing is with programming languages, most of them are pretty similar. So like if you get good at Python, you'll be able to learn Java much more quickly. Or learn Ruby or C# or PHP or whatever fucking language you want to learn. Programming is a lot about like taking skills that you have in one type of language and then applying those same skills elsewhere. So like I would suggest like focusing on that one programming language and then going out from there. GuideBV says, what does class method do? So the simple answer is, the true answer is it does some descriptor magic, but the answer that is important to explain is like, we can look at 3 different forms of this function. Or we don't actually care about the implementation there. So we have a normal method here, we have a class method here, and then we have the third one, which is static method. Well, there's all sorts of other stuff, but for sake of discussion, let's just talk about these 3. So this is a normal method. Normal methods, when called on an instance, will receive the instance as the first argument, which is self. A class method will, instead of sending the instance, it will pass the class, or if you call it directly on the class. So if I did like theme.parse args.theme, which is what I'm eventually going to do, I can access the method on this class, and it'll pass the class as the first argument. And so then I can call this to construct a theme, for instance. A static method passes neither the instance nor the class. It just acts as a normal function and just has arguments. So that's how that's going to work. But yeah, that's the difference between normal method, class method, and static method. But class method is a decorator, and it takes this as a function and changes how it acts, so it actually returns a new descriptor object based on that function. And a descriptor object is a thing that implements double under get, double under set, or double under dir. Not dir, del. And it changes how attributes are retrieved from an instance of a class. Super complicated stuff. Everything after the like decorator descriptor stuff, don't worry about not knowing. It's not super important, but that is the true terms that it's using behind the scenes. Hey, what's up, Ethrix? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope your Saturday or Sunday or whatever day it is for you is going great. Brain God says, already know Python, VM, pipenv, Django, Matplotlib, scikit, pandas, numpy, but I'm thinking about next level stuff. I don't know. Sounds like you know a lot of Python already if you know a lot of those things. Don't wish to learn Java basics, more like hard code parts, customizing compilers, interpreters, etc. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know that you're gonna waste time learning something, I guess, but not super sure on the advice to give there. But... Hey, what's up, JB Pratt? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Bang theme. Right now we're gonna be using, what was it called? We're gonna be using onedarkpro.json as the first theme that we're gonna try and render. But my theme in my editor right now is just like basic nano, vanilla, whatever, vanilla Ubuntu, vanilla nano. So it's yeah, this is like very, very vanilla setup of Ubuntu. But we're going to be trying to highlight. They have a demo in their README. Yeah, so we're going to be trying to make this theme work in the terminal. Is the plan? We'll see. We'll see what we get. It might be harder than I expect. I actually think it's going to be pretty easy though. Yeah. Nicholas Owen, class method has the context of the class theme. Static method does not. Yeah, exactly. Guide DV says, so in class method you have access to the background, foreground, and token colors. Oh, right. So name temple is also magical. These are not actually attributes yet. This base class does some magic. So what this ends up translating this code into is something that looks like this. Well, it'd be double under new, not double under knit. Class, background color, foreground color, token colors. Yeah, so this base class has a meta class, which causes the actual class implementation to be a little bit weird, a little bit magical. So this name double thing, this code here roughly expands to this, plus a bunch of other methods, but these are the most important ones. Basically what it does is it builds a class based on a tuple, and then adds some properties for retrieving the values of that tuple. So it basically allows you to pass around a tuple-like object that has named attributes. So if you see something like this, it really ends up looking like this, plus a bunch of other code. Hey, what's up, Criminal00? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, name tuples are magical, but they're also super awesome because they make it really easy to make a class very, very quickly. But this is roughly how they work, if I remember right. Actually, try this and see what it does. Oh no, I'm using a star import. Yeah, I'm fucking lazy here. Oh. So we don't actually care about that. Beam is not defined. Alright, we need newer than Python 3.6. New missing 3 required positional arguments. Yes, that is expected. I wanted to show that errors. Tuple.new. X is not a type tuple object. Right, we need to pass class first. Yeah, so you can see now it works. So it's like typo. But yeah, initialize the tuple with these values, and then you have properties that retrieve their items. That's how name tuple works. It also adds repr and a bunch of other stuff that make class more useful. Magic. Anyway, that's name tuples. That's what this magic does. But the only like important thing that I want to reference from this class method is this class itself. If they were class attributes, which you could have one here like x equals 1, I could access this attribute on this parameter here, but I don't need to. Basically just building a thing here. This is a builder function. Instead of having a constructor, I'm writing my own special constructor. Babi's new Microsoft's VS Code, right? Friendship ended with Nano. Babi is my new best friend. Someone needs to make that meme for me. Although I need a logo for Babi at some point. But the friendship ended with meme is one of my favorites. It's so dumb, but it's so good. Starting it better now, but the old version was just formatting a string template. Yeah, it used to just be eval magic. Now it actually builds functions and sticks them on the side. Or actually, it was exec. It wasn't eval. Yeah, this is the new version. But yeah, you can see it's pretty close to what I said. There's these other functions down here. Yeah, that'd be next level guide VV if they they shipped Babi with VS Code. Okay, so background equals color dot parse. Where's the file? Colors editor dot background. It will make a parse function for color as well. Foreground equals, is it editor.foreground? That would make sense. Foreground! Solid typo there. Okay. And then we need to do each of these tokens. The thing is, are there any of these settings? I can figure it out in code instead of scrolling through. I was wondering if there's what other keys this setting supports. Like, I wonder if it supports italics or whatever there. Oh, it does. Font style italic. Okay, so these are not actually just colors. These are styles or something. They're going to install Babi on new Windows that is coming with the Linux kernel, right? Babi is the guy she tells you not to worry about. I mean, right now, I wouldn't worry about Babi if I was any other dude. Babi's not quite that hot yet, you know. It'll be good though eventually. Hoomst Barfed says, "Why are you making Babi?" I wanted to learn curses, and this was a good opportunity to learn it. Although in retrospect, like, if I knew how fucking complicated text editors are, I probably never would have ventured down this path, but I got far enough where I was like, this is actually kind of usable and not so bad, and I'll be able to make my own custom features and stuff. And so that seems kind of cool. Like I've already implemented stuff that's that Nano doesn't support. Oops. So let's say I fucked up the ordering these for whatever reason. I really fucked that one up. Yeah, so I've unordered these. So one kind of cool thing that Babi supports that Nano doesn't is you can sort stuff. So it already has features that Nano doesn't have, and they were very, very easy to add, whereas in Nano I would have had to write a whole fuck ton of C and like worry about the GPL and all that garbage that I just don't want to deal with. But in Python it's super easy. I just like write one little function, add a keybind for it, and I'm done. And I should be able to add like plugins and stuff, and once the theming's done it'll look nice, and I'll be able to add integration for like pre-commit and linters and stuff. I don't know. It started out as like a little project that I was like, this will be cool to learn something, and then it was like, oh god, this is complicated, and now it's like, oh, it's so close to being amazing and way better than what I'm doing right now. And I'm just like very excited about that. So really, I'm really happy to work on this project. Comes with LibreOffice by default, right? Sounds fun. Are you planning on using Babi as your daily driver at some point? Yes, there are 2 features left for me to use it as a daily driver. We're working on one of them today, which is syntax highlighting. The other is linter support, which we'll get there eventually. It's actually not hard to implement linter support, I just haven't really thought about it yet. There's some other stuff that I should fix before using it 100% of the time. Like there's this like wide characters I should probably fix, although I don't edit non-ASCII text very often. Yeah, it's kind of racist to not make wide characters work, but I know how I'm going to do this, I just haven't done it yet, and honestly it's not going to be that hard. I just need to like plug in some stuff in the right place. The reason I've been avoiding it is because it requires a bunch of math. Again. And last time I did the math for the same thing, I think I spent like 2 streams in a row just working on the math. I even made like a spreadsheet for it. Spreadsheet. Where is the spreadsheet? The spreadsheet. Yeah. So this was me doing the like trying to write out an algorithm for properly doing horizontal scrolling. But it works now. So like you can see, it knows where to cut these off, and if you scroll over, it doesn't scroll yet, but now it scrolls, and you can see like it works pretty smoothly, and you can like scroll to each part, and maintains that across like lines and stuff. So yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking about the scrolling stuff, but I'm gonna have to think about it all over again with wide characters because it'll be a different width and stuff. Thank you, Whomst Barfed and Payload. Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and I hope your day is going well. Mine's going pretty great. I'm actually like super happy writing code right now. It's like the happiest I've been in probably a week, and I don't even know why. This feels good. I guess last week was kind of shit. We're doing performance reviews at work, so it's like a whole bunch of like writing peer feedback, self feedback, and manager feedback. And it's just such a draining process. You basically have to summarize everything that happened in the last 6 months, and there's a like super small character count limit, so you have to fit everything in like 3,000 characters. And oh man, it's a fucking mess. But I'm done with performance reviews. Well, I'm done with the like write-ups. There's still the calibration part, and then there's the feedback reception, and like all the other jazz that goes along with it. But that part's not done, so I still have to worry about that. But at least the like write out a bunch of stuff about other people's stuff is done, which is, in my opinion, the worst part. So maybe that's why I'm in a good mood. Could also be that I went for a run this morning, so I've got all those endorphins flowing and stuff. But yeah, I'm feeling good today. Just undo everything. But yeah, I do plan to use it as my daily driver. Michael Eric says, Babi is the gateway drug to all of Anthony's other open source projects. Right? Eventually. Nano supports that scroll stuff. Yeah, kind of. Although Nano's is a little bit shittier. So in Nano, Look, there's syntax highlighting now. It cuts off lines and puts a $sign at the end. I didn't really like the $sign, so I went with a different character in Babi. But Nano's actually works almost exactly the same way as Babi's. Babi's is a little bit different. It picks a different width because it scrolled a little bit better. But you can see, like, this is how Nano's works. There's actually a bug in the latest version. I'm not using the latest version. I'm using an old version. Oh, that's the other reason that I wanted to do this. In the latest version of Nano, well, actually in Nano 3.0, which I'm not going to upgrade to, they changed how code formatters work. Actually, they got rid of code formatters, and no, that's like one of my favorite things is code formatters, and I'm really sad that they got rid of the keyboard shortcut for it, and I definitely want to keep that in my editor. That's another reason to implement Babi is so that I can do it right and not lose the feature. Payload says, very well, thank you. Awesome. Sounds good. Glad your day's going well as well. Well as well? Well as well. That's a thing now. And it says, yay, happiness. You said you thought you were getting sick. Did that happen? No, I ended up not getting sick. Which is good. Because getting sick sucks. But I felt like I was getting sick. But I did not. Which is fortunate. Although I'm about to be on an airplane soon, so... I always get sick when I go on flights, so we'll see what happens. But I'm going to Salt Lake City this week on what day? On Wednesday night, and I'm gonna be there until Sunday, so get some good skiing in, so that should be fun. It's gonna be a short work week for me. It'll be like start on Tuesday and then peace. One day work, bye. But yeah. What were we doing? Oh, we were parsing this thing. And we were to the point where we realized that we need another class here. Style, named tuple. Named tuple. And we have that. My Minecraft thing. That. Ooh, we can have bold and italic here. And normal. Interesting. So until we need other ways to describe this, actually, let's do the color first. Color bold as a boolean and italic as a boolean. We'll do another class method here. Class method. We also need to do this up here. Implement that in a second. Parse. Actually, this is more like from date. I think it's stir. We'll do that in a second. That code says the hardest part of modding Terraria is tiles. Ooh, I have not tried to mod games in quite a while. I think I read a Minecraft mod at some point. I think it was just something stupid that didn't really work. It was just like an item. Maybe it was an ore. I don't know. My cousin does a lot of Minecraft modding. He's super into that. He wrote this like really cool ore melding something or another mod. But I don't know if he released it or not. But he showed me last time I was hanging out with him. Identical says, do you know a project that converts star imports to the required imports automatically? That might be a cool idea for me this weekend if it isn't already implemented. So it turns out it's kind of hard. Kind of a hard problem. You need to actually like follow the imports in order to figure out what the star imports are. I seem to remember that Autoflake does some of that if you have the dependencies installed. Or if you only have one star import. Music loud? No, it's just Wub, wub, wub. Misclick. Expand star imports. Expand wildcard star imports with undefined names. This only triggers if there is only one star import in the file. This is skipped if there are any usages of double under all. Yeah, so I think Autoflake does some of this, but only if there's one star import. Because the problem is if you have 2 star imports, you don't know which names come from which module. That's what you have to do. You have to actually, well, in the naive case, you have to actually import the module and figure out whether it has those attributes. Not hard. Minecraft modding is difficult. It takes an hour or 2 to set up. Terraria modding is super easy in C#, except the textures are difficult. Yeah, textures always suck. The art's always the hard part. Okay, so stir, so that seems fine. I wonder what bold plus italic looks like. We don't have an example in here though. I wonder if we have any underlined ones. Nope. Although in theory you would have to know that this is underlined. I don't know. We'll figure out how to do that properly later. 2K ninja points. Cheers. Nice. Let's see. Bold equals false. Italic equals false. If so we don't need these if statements. We can do this. Oh, but I bet some of these have only font styles, like this one. They won't have a color. Oh, that makes this so ugly. I guess we can just feed them the default foreground color. Is that even right though? Like, what if you're nested and... Let's just do optional color for now, even though, oh, I hate nullables. Optional color. If color in dict, then color equals color.parse dict color. I can probably write this in one line, like color equals color.parse. If color in X, else none. Who's the hammer? Oh. I see. It's just the actual hammer emote. Nice. Okay, so this should parse that little mapping type. Then down here, token. Oh, this shouldn't be color anymore. This should be style. Or scope. Actually, I don't think we care about the name, we just care about the scope. for scope in token mapping. Scope. Split on comma. Style dot scope map to style dot from date token mapping settings. That should in theory parse our theme. I say with the invalid syntax here. Should be file name. Theme is assigned to cool. Wrote all that code, just parse the theme. Theme's this guy. Oh, didn't actually do the color parsing yet. Are these hex codes? Yeah, they're hex codes. We're not gonna do any of the transparency, so that's fine. Return class R equals S. Int, oh, but this should be 16. Oh, I wonder if there's shorthand colors. That would suck. Doesn't look like it because this would be a shorthand color. Hopefully not. By shorthand colors, I mean in HTML you can do this as a shortcut for this. These are the same color in HTML. This has no attribute split. What the fuck? What kind of garbage is this? Sometimes it's a list. Sometimes it's a string. Ugh. What fucking bullshit is this? Ugh. I'm mad. Means I can't use my fun dictionary comprehension here. That's fine. Union type definitions and serialization sucks, right? Big think, right? Multi-hex. Oh yeah, you had the think Python with all of the thinks going on. DSC says Nano is the better editor that ever graced this earth. Yeah, I agree. Nano's pretty great. Have you heard about Babi Kappa? Pythug. That's good, Nakaleric. I like that. This is so fucking dumb. It's so annoying. Although this makes it slightly more efficient. We don't have to do this construction over and over. Yeah, so if we look at the original code that we had here, paste this in. This actually calls this function for every one of these scopes, although all of these scopes are going to have the identical style. So this saves a little bit of computation. So it's maybe fine that we improve this. MyPy is probably going to ask me to type annotate this, But it should be smart enough. It should just know that I only stick styles in here with strings. But we'll find out when... Oops. We're running it. Boom! Alright, so let's look at something here. Let's look at theme. This one. Theme.token colors. This thing. Support.type.object.console. Should be neither. Oh, I fucked up. This should probably be foreground and background. But we only know about foreground so far, so we're only gonna do foreground here. And now this line's too long. Oh, we lost my terminal history. I thought PDB had history. 244, 108, 117. What's the hex code that we had here? Fuck. OXE0, 224. OX6D is 108. OX75 should be 117. Okay, cool. So I think that means that we're parsing this properly. Oh, let's see. I know I want to add this eventually to downgrade the true colors into 256 color mode, but let's try and just print out all of the themes in the file. Oh. It was not theme, it was style. Foreground. Oh, we should just set the background. Gotta do something there. 4K V in theme.token colors. Should be token styles. These are not colors, they're style. Print styles. KV. Okay. So this is a foreground true color. What is a background true color? True color terminal escape sequence. Well, we'll call them, well, I call them true color, that should be. Should I sacrifice my 900 points to get a Python? Then before Indy raises it. I don't know anything about these channel points things. I have infinite channel points, so get on my level. So I wonder if sub gives you... Does sub give you unlimited, or is it because I'm the streamer? I don't actually know. Tadiko says, hey, I've just got a random question. I started programming 2 months ago. I assumed that I would spend 4 hours a day studying and programming. I quickly noticed that I'm tired of sitting so much time over the code / learning new stuff, and I haven't touched anything for a few weeks because I think it's not for me. My progress was noticeable, but yeah, any advices? Sorry for the interruption. Nah, it's completely alright to interrupt. I'm happy to answer your question. And yeah, I totally get that. Like, motivation is kind of hard, especially with programming. I think, like, an important thing for me about staying motivated, and, like, I don't think saying it's not for you is quite valid. I actually think anyone can write code, pretty much. I mean, there's probably some, like, learning disabilities that would prevent you from writing code, or, like, physical... it would be pretty hard to code if you're blind. You could probably pull it off somehow with some sort of magical hardware stuff, but it would be, like, prohibitively difficult. But I think, like, anyone that has a head on their shoulders can probably write some amount of code. But I totally get you on the motivation part, and that was always, like, kind of a struggle for me as well. Hey, our redemption! Thank you for the resub. 3 months. Oh, you didn't even use your TTS. You had a chance to spam the screen with something that said something weird. But thank you for the resub. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, back to the motivation part. Yeah, I definitely get that. It's pretty hard to it's hard to stay motivated in learning programming. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to learn as well. But my advice there is find some project that you want to work on and work on a project to learn. I find that that's kind of the best way to stay motivated for something, is like have something that has an eventual goal and then build towards that goal and learn along the way as you build towards that goal. So like, for example, when I first learned programming, one of the programs that I wrote was a quadratic formula solver, and my motivation there was I really, really did not like typing that stupid formula over and over into my calculator. And I knew that once I had written this amount of code that I would be able to use it to basically solve all my math homework for me, so that I wouldn't have to like fumble around with that stupid formula all the time. And like, that was what motivated me to like learn enough code in order to get something working such that I could kind of cheat that around for you. Another example when I wanted to learn something is I implemented this website, which is an IP address website, but at the time, all of the IP address websites were kind of boring. They were all text-based, and I was like, no, I think I could make an IP address website which puts your IP address in an image, and then you could embed that image on any web page or something like that. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. I wrote this in like 2004, so like, cut me some slack. And it's broken. Yeah, open image in new tab. It's currently broken. Like, it thinks my Windows 10 machine is Windows NT4, which hasn't been a thing since the 90s or whatever. But in order to implement this, I had to learn a lot about image processing and like, this is written in PHP, so I had to learn all of the image APIs, like how to draw a background, how to deal with fonts, how to center a font, how to deal with sizing. Like, these are actually like auto-centered, and the text is auto-sized, and like all sorts of funny stuff goes on there. And where's the custom one? Yeah, you can actually like change your font here too. So there's like all these different fonts that work for this, and like the output is dynamically sized. Let's just do boring. Yeah, and so like it knows the width of the text and managed to like size it properly. But I learned all of this stuff just to make this project work, because I thought this project was going to be pretty cool, and it is. I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. But I like learned all of this shit just because this was the goal that I set out for myself, and like I felt rewarded by implementing it, basically. But yeah, long story short, like, I think the best way to stay motivated in learning programming is like have a goal in mind, have like some project you want to build that will be like some meaningful output to you, and that will help you like stay focused and motivated. It's just my thought there. Hey, what's up, Zach Cray? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, this parsing looks right, so hopefully we'll be able to print out some styles now. Right, we were working on that. Print style. Oh, we were figuring out how backgrounding works. That's where we got distracted. Hey, what's up, Rauida? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There was this Microsoft talk about blind engineer using a built-in Visual Studio features of code. Kind of tribute. That's amazing. That's wild. So there you go. I'm wrong. That gives 2x. Oh, I see. Interesting. Hayden trying to sell me on Microsoft Edge again. Sounds good. Sounds good. That Chris says +1 to the project. Yeah. Is that the one where he demos his screen reader speed? Interesting. Simple one is find the primes. Yeah, if you want like a program to do, but like I know I find the math ones are only super motivating if you're like actually in a math class and it's actually saving you time. Otherwise, they're just kind of like a little bit busy work and you don't really get the motivation out of it. So. Is there a command like bang project or something that tells you what you're working on? In fact, it is called bang project. So yes. Bruh, this ain't it, Chief. Oh, does it detect Edge as Chrome? It probably does. Probably because, well, I mean, I haven't been able to update the code in a really long time because my friend actually owns the web server. So I would have to add some detection for this little string here. Code for this is actually pretty awful. See if I can find the browser detection code. Here. Browser. Right? Yeah. Giant block of if statements. This is how the browser detection works. So yes. Trying to see if I just exposed my SQL credential. I did not. But I probably did expose that this is a SQL injection. Okay, pretend there's no SQL injection. There's nothing there. You saw nothing. La 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 la. But yeah, there's all sorts of browser detection here, and I haven't updated the code since 2012, so Edge didn't even exist. Missing init hook. I already said that I wasn't gonna implement this. Why? Read the other PRs. Anyway, yeah. Doesn't show Edge. Yeah. Apparently it's EDG because there's a typo. I think that's intentional. Hours later, SQL map exited with 0. Even if it did in 2012, it would still be called. It would have been called Project Spartan. Also, 2012 wasn't when I fixed the code. It was just when I checked it into Git. It used to be SVN, and so like I moved everything around. Realistically, I think the last time I actually touched the code was in like 2009 or 2008. But yeah, it used to be SVN. Oh, I keep getting distracted. What is the thing that I was doing? Back or true color terminal. Yeah, there we go. Hey, what's up? Hi, Django. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. True color support in various terminals. I think this was the gist I was looking at before. This is foreground. How do I do background? I know there's a tweet that I made where I did this. I should just find that tweet. That would tell me. Oh, here we go, 48. So we should be able to set the background. So print 48. Actually. Oh, the playlist. That one's not linked in the description. I don't have a command for it yet. But that's the current position in the playlist. It's Hayden says you split Babby into 2 files. No, this is just a random demo file. I'm experimenting with some stuff, and then I'll be able to take some chunk of it and stick it into Babby. So no, I have not split Babby. Also, it's 2,000 lines now. Yeah, 1,800 lines. All I can see is highlight D. Oh, right, because highlight demo.py. Nah! Oh, this isn't gonna work though, because I'm gonna do resets after each of these. Is there a way to reset only the foreground? Reset foreground color. ANSI escapes. Looks like a 0 reset code. That's not what I want. Yeah, this is the other stuff. How do I unset? Reset. To reset colors to the defaults, use this. 3949. Default foreground color. Okay. Okay. You can use that. This is our final reset at the end. So we would want to print C true dot format style dot o. Bold is 1, italic is 3. That bold 1, 3 is italic. Although I want to say I've stopped using this. I should stop using O through 3 and use X1B instead, since that's consistent with the ripper. Was it 39? Default foreground color. Alright. Does it work? That's not what I wanted. Python highlight demo. Invalid syntax. File has no attribute color. What? Oh, right. Oops. Too many values to unpack. Sick! Does Lyft have any backend services written in Python, or is it mostly tooling? Lyft has probably 90% of our services are written in. Oh, I never reset the italics. That's why this is all sorts of fucked up. Also, why is there a weird space here? Oh, probably because I need to strip the names. Oh, that's weird. These ones all worked fine. Why did this one do weird things? Anyway, there's some stuff to fix here. Also, I like how the first italic one just fucked up all the other ones. Amazing. But yeah, we have probably like 90% of our backend services are written in Python. Something like I think 5% are probably Go. There's a handful of like Java and C++ as well. I did plus again. Yeah. What is this clip? Is this me zooming around? Me too, Anthony. Me too. Me too, muffins. Me too. Nah. Nice. Will you just try with Horizon? Let me get this fixed first, and then we'll do it. Does it use Django? No, we're a Flask shop. Do I need to reset the style? Anyway, this is what this theme kind of looks like. What the fuck is this noise? Oh, are these selectors and not... well, we'll have to support that. That makes sense, I guess, that they would be selector-like and not random extra new line at the end. Oh. Oh, these ones are weird. Okay, well, we'll have to support some sort of selector engine now, so that's gonna be a mess, I guess. Shit. That sucks. This is where the extra space is coming from. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so if scope is a string, I have to treat it like a selector. And that means I need to basically implement a CSS engine. Although implementing a CSS engine isn't that hard. VS Code adds those for specific cases. Most languages just use the general one. Yeah, but I at least need to, well, Let's not handle most of the selectors, but let's get the comma one working properly at least. But that changes, oh, that changes a lot of stuff. That means that, I guess in the general case, selector lookup is ON or O1, but not for the specialized selector. I guess I can still make it O1 or at least small ON. I have -1 viewers. Tells me I have 40 right now. So you've got some software gore there, Psycode. 40 is a big number. Surprised that many people are watching me do it. MVV says, how much time have you been using Nano? Let's see. I think I started using Nano in like 2012, so like almost 8 years. It's gotten a lot better since then. It was really bad in 2012. Like a lot of the features that I use now just like didn't exist. And so when I go back to try and use older versions of Nano, it's just like, oh, why would I do this? But yeah, we'll at least strip those. And the comma ones should be fine. But now we should. What is this one? Punctuation.parenthesis.n.python. God damn it. There's just an empty string there. We'll get rid of that empty string. Cool. Fixed. Cool. I think this is actually like pretty decent now. We do need to pass the foreground color in so that these are handled properly. I'm just completely changing my mind over and over and over on this one. But we should be good now. Okay, so if the style has a foreground color, then we replace foreground, then we color string, and then we do this other stuff. So now, yeah, so these should be not the white color. This is what they would look like in the editor. We shouldn't see any white text anymore. I say as I get to this one. Are those actually white text? Invalid.unimplemented. Yes. Okay, those are actually white. Oh wait, that's illegal. Invalid, illegal, non-null, type hinted, PHP. Cool. Cool story, bro. constant.other.color.rgb value. Anyway, we parsed the theme properly. What was the one that you wanted me to run? Horizon? Is that the one you wanted me to use? Horizon, VS Code theme, GitHub. Horizon theme, VS Code. This repository has been archived. Guy's account is just all archived. I guess he just said peace. This one, just the default one? Unfucking readable. Alright, so let's try theme/horizon. Here, editor.foreground. Bug. Well then. What is the actual... Oh. So we don't actually use an editor.foreground there. Interesting. We have editor cursor.foreground. Oh, we also just have normal foreground. Interesting. Okay. So maybe that'll work. I'll write a function for this, maybe. Whatever. Okay, so that worked now. Anyway, there's a lot. Wow, there's a lot fewer colors in Horizon. Theme is way simpler. Am I missing something? No, just a lot simpler. Cool. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? How's it going? We've got theme parsing working. Yay. Wait, why did this one fuck up? Why you know? Why does that not have the background highlighted properly? Try out the classic Grove box. Alright, I'll try out one more theme. But then we're gonna move on to trying to do highlighting. Which one? Hard, medium, soft, dark, light? Let's try a light theme. No. Oh god, my eyes! We're gonna use light and hard. Alright, ready for your eyes to burn? What the fuck? Expected value, oh no. No. Oh. You're gonna ruin my day, aren't you? The fuck is this shit? Oh, it's JSON with comments? No. Fuck me. Garbage. Fucking garbage. Fucking garbage. Alright, well, we'll fix that in a second. Hey, what's up, Bethelzar Brat? What font do you use, sir? It's the default one from Ubuntu. Let's see. Preferences. Colors? Text? Hold on. Hey, what's up, Ernioke? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I use monospace regular at 13.5 points? Pixels? Who knows what unit it is? Yeah, this is my stream theme. Monospace regular. Maybe you should just use Horizon. I'm not saying that because it's my favorite, but because it doesn't use any language-specific highlighting. Yeah, it would certainly make it simpler. Yeah, JSON with comments. I got fucking wrecked there. Metalstorm. Completely valid JSON. Kappa. Is there a keybind for deleting the current line in Nano? Yeah, there's Control K, which actually puts it onto the clipboard. But I use it to delete a single line all the time. No, it isn't garbage, it's Microsoft's garbage. I don't know, I want JSON 5 to be a thing, but I don't know enough about parsers to make it happen. I just want to... I don't know. I want to pay somebody to do... Oh, this one has transparencies too. We're just going to ignore that. Why would you do transparencies? Oh well. Okay, so let's see. Parse JSON with comments. Python. You stole this library. I want to install a library. Those comments are usually added later by a human. Run it through a JS minifier. Yeah, but I'd downvote you too. JS comment is good. I don't want to... I don't want a third-party library. I just want the regex that makes it work. No. Just want a regex. Give me a stupid regex. Yeah, this is probably what I'm gonna do. I got points. No! Damn it. Good idea, and I find a re. White space, followed by any number of white space, then a slash character, then a non-capturing group. This is C-style comments. I don't care about C-style comments. This can have terrible side effects. Yeah, that's the problem that we're trying to get away with. Interesting that got deleted. Alright, look at this. Yeah. I mean, I think I can use a regex. No, for this one, I can use a regex that just gets the full comment lines. Where was the? But I won't be able to get like end of the line ones. Cumber. And this, boys and girls, is why XML is better. Ellis Quarry says, what operating system are we using? This is Ubuntu 1804, and this is Windows 10. Smoke and mirrors. I'm using VirtualBox to run it. Just remove the last two characters from hex generators more than 6 characters. Yeah, I'm already doing that. I'm already ignoring the last two. He's a pleb and can't decide. Wow. Why 1804? Because I like stable releases. And I've been burned in the past by non-stable releases. What are you making? We have this fancy command, which says what I'm working on. But I'm working on a text editor. And this is the text editor right now, editing itself. So you can edit text, undo, redo, all sorts of stuff is supported. You can highlight stuff in like a sort of pseudo visual mode. There's a command thing that you can do. You can sort, you can undo a sort. You can do all sorts of stuff with the editor. But what we're working on today is highlight demo. We're trying to do syntax highlighting. And in order, the first part of syntax highlighting is parsing themes files. So we're using the Visual Studio themes for this editor, or that's the plan, which are based on the TextMate language spec. And so here's the Horizon theme and what gets parsed from that, for example. Hey streamer, have you heard of Arch? Have you heard of our Lord and Savior? Would you like to become... What is this? In JSON, all keys begin with that because they're all strings. More lines where the first non-white space character is that. That doesn't help though, because this is not, doesn't start with a double quote. I'm just going to ignore lines that are spaces and then slash slash. It won't get everything, but it'll be good enough. Fortunately, you can't have like a string. I kind of need like a full tokenization. Do I? No, I don't. I can enumerate all of the possible cases. Do I want to do this right, or do I want to do this hacky? Is this the website that lets me do the things? Please wait while the app is loading. Modern web apps, boys and girls. We'll just catch some of these cases. Flavor Python. Okay, so am I using Python's JSON module? Yes. Yeah. Remove fake comments from a JSON file. As some of the guys, come on, it could have been girls, you don't know. Any amount of white space. Negative look behind, that's not... Oh, this is C-style comments. I don't want C-style comments, I want JavaScript comments. Yeah, this doesn't help. Those regexes all have the same problem. Okay, so... pattern error. Why, this is not matching anything yet? Oh, I did forward slash. Okay, so we got one case. Just white space. Or we have just a curly brace. Oh, followed by any amount of white space. We don't actually need this, so nothing. Match two of the cases. That as well. Oh, but it could be literally any JSON in here. Fuck, you actually need a full tokenizer for this. Whatever. Okay, we're doing the hacky way then. Oh, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Hey, what's up, Sergey? How's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. What am I working on today? I'm working on syntax highlighting. So this is the, this is one of the theme files that I've parsed already, but I haven't done the rest of it. It's for my text editor. But we hit a bit of an annoying wall, which is some of the theme files are JSON with comments instead of just normal JSON, like any sane person. Is it this one? Yeah. Some random ass comments in here. Gotta get rid of the comments. And I'm doing with regexes, despite best, despite it being wrong. The song's pretty good. I like the song. Who uses JavaScript in 2020, right? Hey, what's up, TV Josh? Fucking annoying key Dante, right? Are they always single line comments? Well, so far, yeah. Fortunately. To do this right, I would need to actually write a JSON with comments parser. And I'm not interested in doing that. Well, I am interested in doing that, but I don't know anything about parsers, so... Look at the code that VS Code is using to parse those JSON files and then use that. VS Code codebase is a little bit tangly. But they're probably using some random ass JavaScript library. And I can't just use a random ass JavaScript. And the random ass JavaScript library probably has a full parser. So yeah, I'm not even gonna look. But yeah, that would be pretty big brain if it worked for my case. Oh no, I'm losing my voice. No! Right, it's not called replace, it's called sub. Of course. Why would it be called replace? What was the one that we wanted to do? Grove box? Really? Oh, we probably need... Really? Oh, is it sub all or something? Hey, what's up, Gibenga? Gibenga Michael? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. I really don't like the new thing that Google is doing. Should replace them all. Do I need re.multiline maybe? That's interesting. ER scope. Interesting. You store triple-coded strings and variables, or are they just for documentation? Yeah, you can put them anywhere. They're just a string literal. Jimanga Michael asks, what Python version are you using? I'm using a bunch of different Python versions. I'm targeting 3.6 plus. So 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, my fake version 3.10, and PyPy 3. So those are all the versions that I'm targeting today. Yeah. Oh, hopefully that's helpful. Okay, so what is this? We have a non-scoped. Is that just the default setting? So it seems like these themes have a lot of different thoughts on how to do stuff. It's just this very first one that they send here. Oh, they actually don't have any of those colored. Oh, they do down here. Huh. So I guess if it has no scope, we can just give it some empty string scope. I guess it's good that I'm looking at several themes here because I'm figuring out some of the edge cases. Hey, what's up, Stockholm? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Scopes equals just the empty string. What? What happened there? Oh my. Oh yeah, because there's a light theme. Why did this end up over here? Something wacky going on there. Okay. That seems to have worked. I don't know why the first line's glitchy like this, but I don't particularly care so much. What is this line supposed to be? Oh, this is the empty string one. Right, so it is an empty string. Cool. Anyway, we've managed to parse this one as well. Actually kind of a nice light theme. Ooh. Oh, these are space separated. Oh, this is where I need a selector engine, right? Okay. Anyway, I think that's a decent parsing there. So then the next part of what I want to do with this is, why do these have stars around them? Oh. That's another thing that my selector engine needs to implement. That's obnoxious. Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff that I'll need to do on this, but we'll try and get the goal is to get something working. We can always improve it later. That's kind of the way that that programming works. Okay, interesting. I have this patch on Cookie Cutter. Which is the thing that makes Python stuff things. Actually, let's just do this right now because it's super fast. Cookie Cutter. Grab my fork. Fetch my branch, check out this branch. How far behind am I? I am 164 commits, so that's not so bad. Freebase. Replay. What is the conflict? Ed has a doc string there. Oh, we did the wrong one. What was my note here? Use a more lightweight pointing library, a few beats that I have. Yeah. Don't care about that. Dropped iteratives is not gonna make a performance difference. Blah, blah, blah. Cool. Alright. Simple rebase. A little bit of a distraction, but it's all good. Yeah, so I plan to... IPR is real old in here. I should just do author me. Rebase this. Cool. Alright, little distraction. Okay, so the simplest syntax highlighter that I've seen so far is the diff highlighter, so we're going to try and do that one first, and then go from there. Okay. We managed to highlight a couple of themes, which is pretty cool. Close some of these tabs. VS Code, diff, TM language, JSON. Oh look, I've already opened this up. So this is the one that we're going to try and do first. Oh, Hayden, you're trying to regex that? The problem is you need the regex for the full regex for strings, which is a little bit complicated. Is it on JSON.org or is that just the railroad diagrams? Yeah, like all of these cases you need to handle in here for a string. So like double quote, then all of these, including the Unicode escapes. Actually, what does JSON do for the longer Unicode escapes? I've started memorizing. 1F643 is, I believe, the one that I've memorized. Oh, what? What? Oh, that's so... Oh. No. It splits it into, like, circuits or whatever. Oh, that's annoying. But anyway, if you guys want to see what this character is, it is the upside down space. And I have 2 Unicode escapes memorized. I have 2603, which is a snowman, and 0001F643, which is upside down face. But anyway, yeah, you need to handle all of this. It's not simple. Sadly. Maybe I can just pass it into a minifier, yeah. You can also just have Babi be like, no, I reject your comment JSON and suggest that you fix it yourself. So that's always a possibility as well. It's just to say no. I'm pretty good at saying no. Actually, I'm not. I hate it's so hard to say no to stuff. What's my other notification? Oh yeah. Mark that one as red. Because it's unread in my email, but I don't want to deal with it just yet. Yeah, so the problem is, Hayden, I can't depend on I cannot depend on libraries. So request.get. I would definitely not do that. Sarcastic Dante asks, are you gay? No, I'm not. I am cis scum. So that one's at least JSON. See, it's easy to say no, right? I get where you're going at. Makes sense now. What sadness are you showing me? Oh. Why the fuck would they do this? Oh, what? They support JSON-C. Weird. Hey, what's up, N Get a Hun? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Get a Hun. Yeah, so they're supporting JSON with comments, I guess. Simple minifier to remove comments and whitespace. Yeah, so basically you could use a tokenization. It's doing something else, came back to the stream and had taken a very personal turn. Right? Wait, I said your name wrong? How am I supposed to say your name? I'm sorry. I'm bad at pronouncing. It happens. Maybe just rip the code out violently and then refactor it slightly. Yeah, I'd have to write a proper tokenizer. Oh, I know Prejune. Is this his project? It's a fork of something. Oh, this is the development branch. Huh. Why do you have a vested interest in this, Prejune? Delete JSON2.js. I don't want to know what this project used to be. I'm gonna step away slowly and pretend I saw nothing. I don't know how to tell you. Oh, that's fair. Right. You can't just like send me text that shows me how to pronounce. I guess you could pronunciation key, but I don't even know how to read it. So yeah, their thing is busted though, I'm pretty sure. Let me open that link again. Let's see if we can break it. Alright, let's just grab their file and we will break it. Well, that worked. My first guess. Okay, what is the double quote or? Okay. That worked. Huh. Maybe I'm missing something. A double quote, or it's a C-style start, or a C-style end, or a double quote, or a new line, or that. End slashes RE. Oh, okay, so they do have an escape here. Handle escapes. Let's get this break. Maybe it does work. Yeah, because I guess the only thing that could contain a comment token that's not a comment is a string. And as long as you're handling double quote start and not double quote end, and you can't have multi-line strings. Are negative look behinds in Python fixed width? Let's see, negative look behind. List only match strings of some fixed length. Okay, so you can't do this with negative look behind. You could do it with... How would you do this? You could match string and not string on a line. And that would do it that way. Yeah, so you can make it happen. Zero Spacia says, what is going on here exactly? We're trying to un-JSON comments. JSONs-ish. This identical says, let's do some automata and write a parser generator. It can generate a parser and we can parse JSON, strip out all the comments, and feed that strict form of the Python's parser. Yeah, right? That's what we're kind of trying to do. Rabbit hole, you're right, Metal Storm. That's why I'm not going to work on it. Anthony tries to break it, but it seems to work. Also, Anthony, visible confusion. It's pretty easy to get 100% test coverage. Yeah, there's not that many branches there. Hey, what's up, Zolar? How's it going? Welcome back. I feel like you've been here before, right? Yeah, you have 24 chat messages. You've been here before. Welcome back. Following since November of 2019. Nice. Okay, but anyway, we're ignoring that for a second. We're gonna defer that problem until later. I don't really want to think about it. We're gonna try and get some highlighting working. And this is where I actually need to read the TM language spec, as far as I understand. TextMate language spec. And I have opened this before. Sample grammar. So yeah, there's actually 3 formats that these can be in. There's this simplified grammar format, there's the XML, which is the TextMate standard, and then there's the JSON format, which is what VS Code uses. I just did LinkedIn's Python skill text and got totally butchered. Oh shit. What does it cover? LinkedIn Python skill assessment. Can you cheat your way to LinkedIn qualifications? This is 16 minutes long.
What's up, guys? Gator with self.dev.
Shush. We're gonna get claimed, right? There's only 4,000 people that viewed this. What the fuck? He's cheating with the DOM inspector?
And then paste it in here. So that's a little hack to...
He's showing you how to cheat. Amazing. The problem, like, for me, the thing is whether it asks, like, NumPy and shit. If it asks, like, NumPy and shit, then I don't know it. But let's see. Do you guys want to see how well I'll do on it? Am I logged into LinkedIn in this browser? I am logged in. Alright. LinkedIn Python skill assessment. How do I get to it? LinkedIn skill assessment. Here we go. Where is it? Can you send me a link to it? Send me a link to it, and then I'll play it. I'll play the game. Oh, is it some guy's skill assessment? Alright. Or girl? This did not help me. Didn't work. Why no? Go. Can I hide this? Always open messages. No. Sounds. No. Update settings. Look, that's not what I wanted. Why are you still showing? Go away. You need to go on your profile. Oh. Oh. Here? Take a skill quiz. Here we go. Recommended quizzes. Why is oh, there we go. Python. Alright. 15 to 20 timed multiple choice questions. 15 minutes. 70% to get the badge. Retry in 3 months if you don't pass. Alright. Let's speedrun this. What is the term used to describe this code? Tuple unpacking. What is the correct syntax for calling an instance method on a class named game? This one. That is the default syntax. What is the most common uses of Python sys library? No. This is... No, not really. No. To capture command line arguments, yeah, there we go. What happens when you use the built-in function any on a list? It will return it into an iterator. True if any of the item in the list evaluates to true, otherwise it's false. Lol. What is the correct way to write a doc test? What is the algorithm paradigm of merge sort? Decrease and conquer. Love it. This has nothing to do with Python. Which of the following is true about how numeric data would be organized in a binary search tree? Also has nothing to do with Python. For any given node in a binary search tree, the node to the left is less than the value, and the node value of the given node and the given node, and the child node to the right is greater than the given node. This one. Binary trees cannot be used to organize and search through numeric data given the complications that arise with very deep trees. No. The top node of the binary search tree would be an arbitrary number. All the nodes to the left of the top node need to be less than the top node's number, but they don't need to be ordered in any particular way. No. Smallest numeric value would go in the topmost node. The next highest would go left. No, this is a heap. What is this function print? Print alpha nums. Loop through every character, then we loop through every number, and then we print the character followed by space followed by the number. And then there's this useless return at the end. Fucking garbage. Well, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, this one. What is a static method? Static methods can access and modify the state of a class? No. Called static because they always return null? No. They serve mostly as utility methods or helper methods, so they can't access and modify. They can. They technically can. Static methods can be bound to either a class or an instance of a class. Also true. This one is false, but in a weird way. This one is true, but in a weird way. I think we're gonna go with this one. Either of these could be correct. Something wrong with this question, give feedback. Yeah, the answers are garbage. Which choice is the most syntactically correct example of conditional branching? This one's invalid syntax, this one's invalid syntax. We can eliminate those two, and then we're down to these two. Is there anything syntactically wrong about either of these? They're both syntactically correct, so this question is bullshit. They're looking for which is the better way to write it, stylistically, not syntactically correct. So this question is garbage too. We're gonna go with this one. Because this is business logic incorrect. Because if you did 5, or if you did 20, you would get this one and this one and this one to run. So, fuck you. Your question's garbage. Why would you use a decorator? A decorator is similar to a class and should be used if you're doing functional programming instead of an object? No. An import statement is preceded by a decorator? No. You can't even do that. You use a decorator to alter the functionality of a function without having to modify the function's code. Yeah, that one. But it also works on classes, so the question's also kind of messy there, too. What is an instance method? Instance methods hold data related to instance. No. An instance method is any class method that doesn't take any arguments. No. Instance methods can modify the state of an instance or the state of its parent class. Kind of. An instance method is a regular function that belongs to a class, but it must return none. The first half of that is right. The second half of this one is wrong. I'm gonna go with this one, even though question's also garbage. What is the runtime complexity of searching for an item in a binary search tree? N log n. Or I guess search for n items would be n log n, so it'd be log n. Binary search tree. The runtime for searching in a binary search tree is generally OH, where H is the height of the tree. Oh wait. Oh wait. H is, yeah, the height of the tree is log n, usually. Yeah. Cool. What is the runtime complexity of adding an item to a stack and removing an item from a stack? If you're writing your stack correctly, it should be O1, if depending on your implementation of your stack. This is also not Python specific. You could write a poorly written stack. So the typical way that you write a stack in Python is with a list, and so amortized add is O1 and remove, but in reality an add might trigger an ON copy and realloc. O1, O1. Why would you use a mixin? You would not. Mixins are awful. Don't fucking use them. Use a mixin to allow a decorator? No. Use a mixin to make sure that classes, attributes, and methods don't interfere with global variables? No. Use a mixin to force a function to attempt to accept an argument at runtime even if the argument wasn't included in the function's definition? No. If you have many classes that all need to do the same functionality, you'd use a mixin to define that functionality. I mean, that you wouldn't actually use mixins. Mixins are awful. Fuck mixins. Don't use them. Oh, it doesn't even tell me like what ones I got right and what ones I got wrong? What kind of garbage is this? What kind of garbage is this? They still think Python has unbound methods. Yeah, that's true. Yes, Hayden, that's also what it means in my version of English as well. Mine didn't have name tuples. Huh. Huh. Interesting. We will protect our home 0 out of 20. Nice to see you butchering the test back. Well, some of the questions were garbage, so you were better than the test. Yeah, some of the questions were garbage. Oh boy, someone has opened an issue on Flake8. We will look at this quickly. Optparse conflict when running Flake8 as a module. Flake8 doesn't use Optparse anymore, so that's not a thing. Option test config option conflicts with other option test config option, while Flake8 behaves as expected. How have you installed Flake8? Using the setup.py and pip install -e dot. Weird. Let me try their thing and see what happens there. I also scored in the 70th percentile. I think it just means you need 70 to pass the test. You get a gold star next to your Python skill. No. Is that a thing? Where's my me? Profile strength intermediate. Pass the LinkedIn assessment. You guys think I could pass the HTML one? Actually, do you guys think I could pass one that's not in a language I know? Like, do you think I could pass the Ruby one? No, this is not fun. Alright, let's try their code. I already have a directory called X. Virtual VM. All that from Git. Hey, what's up, Fluffy DK? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, where's the pre-commit one, right? I feel better now though. Nice. So that's good to hear. Okay, we're installing the latest version of Flake8, and we want to do this. Oh, I don't want to search Google for that. Did it actually wait? Did it come up with the result? No. Okay, good. I'm gonna say. Blah. This file should be flake8 test.py, probably. Modules. Modules. Nope, they did not do this right. Pip install -e dot. Works fine for me. Let's see if the version of Flake8 on PyPI works. It's not. So it's fixed on master, but why is it fixed on master? I don't fucking know. This appears to be fixed on master already, though I don't know why. My guess would be this commit. GitLab, well, we'll use GitHub because it's easier to read through the commits on GitHub than it is on GitLab, because GitLab is kind of clunky. Actually, I can just search entry points. It's this one. This would be this commit. Let's see if we can validate that. Wow, it clean reverted? I'm impressed. Pip uninstall Flake8. Pip install Flake8 source. Oh, damn it. Fuck. Okay, so we actually need part of this module. Cool. Yeah, it is that commit. Oh, they changed the title. Cool. Boop! Sweet! How many points you get doesn't make a difference. Interesting. Endorsed by 10 of Daniel's colleagues. Endorsements don't matter as well, I guess. Yeah, they don't really matter. Hey, what's up, CWR97? Sorry, I was just responding to... I got distracted. I was responding to an issue on the GitHubs. Well, it was GitLab, but what we're working on right now is doing syntax highlighting for my text editor that I'm writing from scratch. And the first thing that we implemented so far is parsing a themes file. So this is Horizon, which is a Visual Studio Code theme, and this is the result of all of the scopes that it supports for highlighting. You can see what it highlights. Interesting that bold is always pink, purple, whatever color that is. But the next thing that we're going to be working on is actually parsing a file and doing highlighting there. But we haven't gotten to there yet. Is it a command line editor or something like Atom or VS Code? It is a command line editor. It's a terminal editor. This is this is it. You can open stuff. You can edit text. You can press enter and delete backspace. You can oops. You can undo. You can redo. You can jump to line or whatever. It supports most of the navigation and editing features that I would use in Nano, which is my normal text editor. But it doesn't have syntax highlighting, it doesn't support wide characters, and a couple other little things are slightly broken that I'm sure I'll iron out as I use it more and more often. But yeah, terminal editor. It'll be pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it. Hey, what's up, outdated version? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Yeah, endorsed by 2 colleagues for Java. Is that what it said? Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. Oh, you go to my profile. Which is weird, because we don't use Java we didn't use any Java at Yelp. So I don't know how people knew that I wrote Java. Maybe they're doing that to troll. I think the people that endorsed me for HTML are also trolling. Endorsed by Max and 4 others who are highly skilled at this. Nice. Cool. Anyway, that's enough LinkedIn. Do you have a Trello / looking for anyone to bust out some Python? Which one is Trello again? Is that the board card thing, the sprint planning. Yeah, it's the sprint planning software. Not particularly. I do have a bunch of projects that I maintain that have a bunch of issues. Let's see. Can you do this? Where Gazeteli is issue is open. Yeah, so you can see this. Oh, I wonder if you can do author. See all of the open issues that I've ever reported. Interesting. That's probably not as useful. But yeah, I have a bunch of projects that I maintain. The biggest of them is Flake 8, but it's not the one that I created or the one that I spend the most time on. There's always a ton of issues here. I'm also a maintainer of PyTest, so if you want to get your feet wet there, there's a bunch of issues in PyTest that always need help, because we have 500 in the backlog. It's pretty nuts. Hey, what's up, sub? Yes, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Isn't PyTest the biggest? Not by downloads. Peppy.tech. Look at downloads. I think PyTest has 231 million, but the monthly is probably the biggest one, so 12 million downloads for PyTest per month. I think Flake 8 is slightly more than that. Oh no, I'm wrong. You're right, Sarcastic Donne. PyTest is bigger than Flake 8. Interesting. And thank you, CWR97, for the follow. Hello, hello. Is PyTest a unit testing framework? Yes, it is. And Flake 8 is a linter. Most of the stuff that I work on is linters. My like baby project is Precommit, which is a linter and code formatter framework that also knows things about Git hooks. I created this from scratch, and oh, this didn't get updated yet. Oh wait, no, I haven't released 2.0 yet, so this will get updated eventually. But the basic idea behind Precommit is you set up a configuration with repositories and versions that you want to use, and the tools from those repositories. So in this one, we set up a YAML checker, some whitespace fixers, and the code formatter black. Set up a config. It knows how to manage Git hooks, so you can install Git hooks integration with there. And it knows how to install those things and then run them on the files in your repository. That's Precommit. The stream is thick with 2 C's. Nice. Subius says, "Hi, I'm learning Python on Udemy/YouTube, etc. What do you suggest for me? I'm mostly looking for data science image processing stuff. Unfortunately, I don't know much about data science. I don't know much about image processing, and my music has stopped, so I'll continue that. But my advice for people starting out in programming is to find a project that they want to work on, or like that they think will be beneficial to themselves. So like for me, when I started learning programming in like middle school, it was trying to do the quadratic formula automatically for me, so I didn't have to type that into a calculator. And so, you know, find something that will motivate you to continue to like learn stuff in order to solve the project, and that'll keep you motivated in like learning programming and building something. At least that's my advice. CWR says, "Are you a DevOps engineer?" That might be a way to refer to it. I do build, so my day job, I work at Lyft, where I work on developer infrastructure, where I build tools and software for developers. The goal to make them productive, but it turns out making developers productive is a kind of hard problem. Like moving the needle on efficiency is pretty difficult, it turns out. But we try and build like infrastructure, developer environments, and tooling, and like manage stuff like that for them. And yeah, it works out pretty well. I enjoy my job, because like working on tooling and stuff is like kind of my thing that I really like to do. Wait, Trello is owned by Atlassian now? Really? When did Atlassian acquire Trello? I forgot about that. 425 million for a fucking card app. Oh, I forgot about that. Actually, now that I mention it, I'm pretty sure I used Trello in like 2012. Back when it was a startup and fancy like that. CWR says, I'm excited to find your stream. Awesome. Well, glad to have you. Glad to answer your questions and all that stuff as well. WBS says, did you use Django? I'm looking many things, but as you say, I have to find a project on it. Yeah. I have used Django. Most of the web development that I do now uses Flask, though, instead. A little bit simpler. And, I don't know, I kind of like it a little bit better. COER says, I'm interviewing for a few DevOps / infrastructure positions right now. That's awesome. I completely forgot that Trello got acquired. I didn't even know until Pushmaster here told me they got acquired. I had no idea. I prefer to work with Jira. Call me old school. You might be the only person that actually likes Jira. Then again, like all issue management. I mean, here's the thing. Jira would suck way less if it did these two things. And I think the first one's impossible, so unfortunately, I don't think Jira will ever not suck for me. The first is, it has to be not so goddamn slow. It's so slow. It's absurdly slow. And it kind of makes sense. Like, it's Java, it's a bit of a mess, but... Okay, so it needs to be not slow, and the other one, delete half the shit in the UI. I don't really care about the 50 fucking fields that you can fill out in Jira. Like, just go away. Be gone. Like, I want issue title, priority, maybe. Tags, maybe. Issue body. Done. It's Java, yeah. that's why you're not gonna be able to fix it. Also, you need a really beefy machine to run it, and their licensing is holy dear god a mess. But begone, yeah. Okay, but cool. This guy found his answer. Sweet. Sick. Okay, we did that. TextMate language gravings. This is the one that we're looking at. We're leading some stuff. Learning some stuff. Leading some stuff? So is Confluence. Yeah, Confluence is kind of garbage too. Also, Confluence got rid of the Markdown form for writing wiki pages, which is like... If you can't have Markdown in a wiki page, like, what are you doing? And they added their stupid WYSIWYG editor. It's just really hard to put a programmer, to give a programmer a WYSIWYG editor and then be like, write code in it, haha, good luck. Not salty, I promise. Okay. You need to write a context-free grammar for linter. Most of my linters don't actually, I didn't actually need to write any grammar or whatever for them. I just reused the stuff for that. But for syntax highlighting, yeah, I do need some amount of grammar to do it. Fortunately, they're all written for me. It's really just how do I take a grammar that someone else wrote and then run it over a file and tokenize it or whatever. This is a sample grammar. Very simple. My guess on how this works is at every character position you loop through all these patterns, and if it matches then you enter that pattern stack, and then these can recurse forever. So like once you've entered a double quote until you get the end double quote, you'll go through these patterns. That's my guess. We'll see how we get there. I'm using Jira at work in a few small projects, 15 people in each project, and I use it out of habit. I guess probably less work there. CWR says, I see, I love compilers. I wish I knew more about compilers and parsers and other stuff. I really don't, which is unfortunate, and I've needed that knowledge. I plan at some point, although I don't really have the free time to do it. I want to, like, audit a course at like a local college or local community college that teaches compilers, and then just like take a college course and actually learn it for real this time because I didn't really get it in school. Well, it's not that I didn't get it in school. I didn't have time to take compilers in school because I like super rushed through my degree because I started as a biochemistry major and only switched my third year and wanted to graduate in 4. So I kind of crushed a 4-year degree into 2 years, which I would not recommend, especially a like really fucking hard degree like computer science. It was a lot of stress. Although, I don't know, I've been good at computers for a long time, so it wasn't the worst. It was just like I had to take like 18 credits every semester, and that's the max that they let you take before you have to pay a bunch more money. And I was like, I'm not gonna pay a bunch more money. And like I had to take courses and their prerequisite at the same time and get overrides for all of them, so that was a mess. But fortunately, I had like I was teaching intro to programming, so I had some ins inside the department that helped me override those and kind of cheat my way through the prerequisite stuff. So I got some sick overrides and made that happen. Okay, the format of the property list format. At the root level, there are 5 key value pairs. Oh, this is the grammar. I see. I see. The grammar is slightly different. Why does this music seem really loud? Because it is. Oh, the lawn people are here. They're back. Project I work on has more than 100 employees on fucking floors. Nice. If it's an LL grammar, that's probably right. If it's an LR grammar, it's going to be less straightforward. TTCM, right? Peg for the win. Yeah, well, we'll read this. We'll figure out how it goes. Your daily scrum must be held. Okay, a bunch of different teams. Makes sense. That's impressive, though. Yeah, it's kind of impressive, but also it's like, hey, look, it's the same character that I used for horizontal scrolling in Babi. On people, why are you so loud? You guys hear them? No, it's not picking up on the audio. Maybe you can hear it when I talk, but I guess the microphone filters that out, so it's good. You guys can't hear it? Okay, cool. So now I just look like a crazy person that's like, lawn people! Scope name. This should be a unique name for the grammar, blah, 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 blah. Cool. This is referenced when TextMate does not know what grammar to use for a file. If the user selects a grammar from the language pop-up in the status bar, TextMate will remember that choice. Don't really care about that. This is an array. Probably just like file extensions or something. Actually, we can look at the example that we have here. No, not there. Here. One? Yeah. This is the patterns. I could have sworn this had a list of things here. What should it have been called? File types. No, not that one. Oh. This doesn't have file types. Weird. Does this one have it? Yeah, this one has it. So what the fuck? That's not good, because I was planning to use this. I was planning to use this. So what gives VS Code? Why you do that? Should we call someone, right? Pretty loud. Going crazy. Okay, so unfortunately, it seems like we'll have to modify the GitHub. Why would they do that? annoying. Anyway, they've converted it but left out the important part. So we'll have to do some special things. We'll have to modify these. Which is kind of annoying. Whatever. Okay, file type's cool. Folding start marker, folding end, folding stop marker. These are regular expressions that lines in the document are matched against. If a line matches one of those patterns but not both, it becomes a folding marker. Do we use those here at all? No. Cool. These are optional, don't care about them. Patterns. This is an array with the actual rules used to parse the document. In this example, there are 2 rules. Rules will be explained in the next section. Perfect. There are 2 additional root level keys which are not used in example. First line matches for shebangs. Repository. A dictionary of rules that can be included from other places. Okay. Language rules. A language rule is responsible for matching a portion of the document. Generally, a rule will specify a name which gets assigned to that part of the document which is matched by that rule. There are 2 ways a rule can match the document. It can either provide a single regular expression or 2. As with the match key in the first rule above, lines 6 to 8, everything which matches that regular expression will then get the name specified to that rule. Cool, that makes sense. Oh, scope selectors are dotted names. If you have a prefix match, I guess? Prefix match plus or minus the dot. Okay. The other type of match is the one used by the second rule. Here, 2 regular expressions are given using the begin and the end keys. The name of the rule will be assigned from where the begin pattern matches to where the end pattern matches, including both matches. If there is no match for the end pattern, the end of the document is used. I guess so if you start a triple quoted string, then everything else in the file is a triple quoted string until the end of the document. Okay. In the latter form, the rule can have subrules which are matched against the part between the begin and the end matches. In our example here, we match strings that start and end with a quote character, and escape characters are marked as escape.untitled. Note that the regular expressions are matched against only a single line in the document at a time. This means it is not possible to use a pattern that matches multiple lines. The reason for this is technical. Being able to restart the parser at an arbitrary line and having to reparse only the minimal number of lines affected by an edit. In most situations, it is possible to use the begin/end model to overcome this limitation. Okay. That actually makes me think that it will have the same bug as the triple quoted strings in Nano, which is really annoying. So in Nano, now I can't trigger it. How do I trigger this? Nano has a similar setup there with start and end. Actually, weirdly enough, Nano RCs actually look a lot like these TM language files, although they're not hierarchical, they're just top level. So actually, I could convert a Nano RC into a really shitty TM language file. Huh. Okay. That's a thing. Triple quote and then not a quote. Is the start? Oh. So. I don't remember, but some files when you open them in Nano, it just like completely glitches out. I have PyTest cloned, right? We can find a test in there with triple quotes. Workspace repos. PyTest. Grab random 5 files. Let me find a fucked up one. Yeah, like this one's messed up. This should not be highlighted. This is the more correct highlighting here. I know this little trick to nano. But sometimes it causes... Yeah, see, I have already fixed these ones. Sometimes it causes the rest of the file to get messed up. Didn't happen with that one. Or that one. Oh, this one maybe? No. Anyway, sometimes it just like really messes up the highlighting of the file. It seems like this one. Seems like I can't actually find one that does that. Oh, there was... No, this is one that I fixed. You can tell which tests I've edited because they have the backslash in the beginning of them. Okay, here we go. Here's one that broke. So this comma here caused it to highlight this incorrectly. But anyway, I'm hoping that the TextMate languages don't have the same problem. And I assume if they did, people would just fix it because everyone's using them with VS Code or whatever. Is this why you're creating your own editor? It's one of the reasons. It is not the reason, but it is one of the reasons. The reason that I'm creating my own editor is I wanted to learn curses, so that's kind of the big one. The other one is the latest version of Nano removed code formatters, and kind of my jam, so kind of want code formatters to exist, so I'm going to implement that in Babi. I didn't want to just fork Nano because I didn't really want to write C, so it's written in Python. And chat usually gives me shit for using Nano, so it will not be able to give me shit anymore because I will be using Babi, which is not Nano. Although they'll give me shit for Babi, but whatever. How many people can say they're using their own text editor? Not that many. But yeah, those are some of the reasons why. But okay, back to this. Rule keys. So follows the name. Match portions used for styling, scope specific. You'll end up switching to Emacs based key bindings. Why? Hellman can say. Joe can also. What? What's up, Tumati? A name I haven't seen. Although you have posted in chat before. So. You have been here before, I just don't recognize your name. Regular expression user identify the person in text should be assigned. And multiple lines must both be mutually exclusive and with match key. Okay, so you either have begin end or you have match. Cool. Captures from the begin pattern can be referenced in the end pattern by using back references. That's not impossible. That's doable. I think the regex engine also gives you, or Python's regex engine gives you expansion. And even if it doesn't, implementing this is not that hard. Just search for an unescaped \1 or \numeric and replace them out. That's not that bad. This is clever though. I do like this. Emacs is both awesome and annoying. Vim is just annoying to me. Nice. Nice sarcastic Dante. The begin end rule can have nested patterns using the patterns key. For example, we can do some ASP.NET here. Or Ruby. IRB? Probably Ruby given TextMate. And definite, yeah, it's Ruby. Okay. An IRB template. So, though for embedded languages, see info about the include key later. So, yeah, we'll see what we have to do there. Embedded languages seems cool, but also complicated. Content name. This key is similar to the name key, but only assigns the name to the text between what is matched by the end, begin, end. Content name. Oh, I see. So... Okay, so you can have name and content name. Let's see. Can you have both? Captures, begin captures, end captures. These allow you to assign attributes to the captures of the match, begin, or end patterns. Using the captures key for a begin-end rule is a shorthand for giving both begin captures and end captures with the same value. Of course, why wouldn't there be shortcuts? Okay, so in this case, this portion is given storage.type.obj. Capture 1, 2, 3. Backslash is also given obj. Currently, name is the only supported attribute. Okay. I'm not really active on chats. Mostly I have nothing to say, so I'm just lurking around. I was referring to Joe's editor. Oh! Oh, I see. Nice. Yeah, I have seen Joe's text editor before. Example. Okay, cool. This is in line with what I expect. So no surprises so far. Include. This allows you to reference a different language recursively reference the grammar itself or a rule declared in this file's repository. Okay. To reference a rule from the current grammar's repository, prefix the name with a pound sign. Oh. Okay. I don't really care about the naming conventions. Okay. Let's see how complicated the scope selector stuff is, because we'll have to do that eventually. Much like a CSS selector. Element names, descendant selectors. So it's like foo spacebar. Source PHP string. Cool. Excluding. There are situations where we want to match a subset of a document but exclude particular subsets of this subset. For example, in Ruby, it's possible to embed code and strings using that. Okay, cool. So a nice snippet would be to insert that when pressing found inside of a string. The scope selector for that would be source.ruby string. This unfortunately means that even inside code embedded in strings, that will insert that. Okay. To avoid this, we can subtract scope selectors to get the asymmetric difference using the minus operator. A better selector would be source.ruby string minus string source. Should this be string dot source? I don't know. I don't understand this one. But maybe we'll play with it later. In grouping, Want to match several distinct scopes so you can group selectors with a comma. For example, to match both strings and comments, you would do this. Okay, cool. Got that so far. Ranking matches. If more than one scope selector matches the current scope, then they are ranked as to how good a match they are. The winner is the scope selector which, in the order of precedence, match the element deepest down in the scope. The string wins over source.php when the scope is source.php string.quoted. Okay, so it's bottom up. Match most of the deepest element. String.quoted wins over string. Okay. Rules 1 and 2 applied again to the scope selector when removing the deepest element. Next source string wins over source string. Okay, so this is basically the same rules as CSS. In the case of tab triggers, yeah, we don't actually care about menuing at all. So it's not likely that we'll have to deal with many of these complicated ones, but we only care about indexality. I'm out of water, so I'm gonna go get a drink. I will be right back. Leave chat open while I'm gone, but I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. XD with the crab raid. Streamer's gone! Hey, what's up, Warnaki? And Gunnaran, hello, hello. I realized that I forgot to move my laundry along this morning, so I went and did that while I was grabbing water as well. So, gonna have clean and dry clothes later today, so that'll be good. Okay, so I think I kind of understand how this works. So, I think next will just be, parsing and going from there. We want drunk Anthony. I could go get a beer. You guys want me to grab a beer? I'll go grab a beer. Although I don't have much alcohol in my house. I guess I have wine. I'll put a bottle of wine in the fridge. I'll go grab a beer. I'll be right back. So what do you call that? Beer pressure? But rolls eyes, right? I deserve that one. Text fate for Mac OS, huh? Oh, so the thing that the reason I'm reading this, yeah, I'm not on Mac OS. We're not doing that. The reason I'm reading this is the grammar and language and syntax highlighting specification that's used by most text editors, I guess now, is the TextMate spec. And so we're actually using the grammars from Visual Studio Code, and the themes from Visual Studio Code. As you can see, here's one of the themes that I've parsed so far, and so we're going to be using that to do syntax highlighting in my text editor. Drunk coding is supposed to be fun. It is fun. That's how I did most of my college programming. Hey, what's up, Bix Plays? How's it going? Gunnerin says, you're the first person I see that's using Pigeon. How fun. The main dev of Pigeon streams on Twitch as well. Yeah, Grim is awesome. He comes by sometimes. How's the snake doing, the Python snake? It's doing alright. It's doing fine. But yeah, you're probably... Have you been in the stream before? Let's see. 3 chat messages. Oh, you've been here before then. You're about to see some other weird stuff that I do, like using Nano and you know, working on Windows and all sorts of other wild stuff. But well, we'll get there. Drunk PR reviewing is greater than drunk coding. Well, yeah. The problem with drunk PR reviewing is sometimes I will say regrettable things to people. I don't really want to do that. Sarcastic Nande, I've been drinking vodka, step up your game. The only hard alcohol in my house right now that I have is whiskey, and I don't like whiskey, so I don't actually know why I have whiskey in my house. Oh, because it was a present, and then I was like, what am I gonna do? Hopefully someone else will come over and remember to populate that FAQ. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it empty forever. Bonac says, what's wrong with working on Windows? Windows is fine. I use it to play games, but this is Ubuntu, so I can pretend that I know Linux. I can close some of these. Cool. Back to here. Working on Windows is not fun. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Hides in Windows. Using Nano is not as strange as using Babi, at least in the current state with the functionality of Babi changing all the time. Babi's actually pretty close to being like reasonably done. Like the only features that are left that I don't use or that I will implement before I can use it full time is syntax highlighting, which is what we're doing today. Hopefully, I don't think I'll finish it today, but I think we'll get to like some reasonable state. And linters. Wide characters also doesn't work, but I don't really care about that so much. I'll implement it, but like it's not blocking me from using it. Yeah, working on Windows is actually kind of a pain. The developer tools are just kind of shitty. Command.exe sucks. PowerShell's okay, but it's also kind of weird. But yeah. Okay, so highlight demo. So we need to add syntax and file. So let's try and highlight this patch. We're gonna do Python highlight demo. What was it, theme first? So we'll just do Horizon, sure. Theme, and then what was the folder I put that in? Languages. Theme, languages, and file. So this is what we're gonna iterate on. Doesn't work yet, of course. But we will get there. Yeah, I'm giving it syntax highlighting. That's what we're doing today. Typo's gonna typo. True. Bonax says, I've been developing on Windows for years, and I've used both Windows and Linux servers. I haven't had any major issues so far. Okay. It's just trying it out for a month or two, even if you do not work with Linux daily. Should I stick to Windows even if I'm too noob to realize it sucks? Do whatever works for you, man. I'm not gonna try and change your life. Alright, parse the theme. We need to parse the syntax. And then do some magic there. Okay, so we have a theme and now we have a grammar. What are the members of this going to be? We don't care about that. We're not gonna do folding. We do care about the scope name, but this one has a different name for that. Oh, it does have a different. Oh, it has a. Okay. So Visual Studio must do its own file type parsing, which is annoying. Windows doesn't suck. That's just what the cool kids think. It isn't that Windows sucks. It's just that I would prefer to write software while working on Linux. I'll say that. But you can make it work. Place says, I found when learning Linux that the quickest way to learn it was to be crazy and use it as my only OS. That way I was forced to learn it in order to get stuff working. That's fair. I want to partition my disk. That makes sense. Install VS Code, Putty, WAMP, XAMPP, other tools you need. Yeah. But you can have like such nicer terminals than Putty. I don't know. For me, it's the terminal emulator. If the terminal emulator was better on Windows, I would probably be fine developing it full time. Also, maybe if the subprocess startup time was not so slow. Because subprocessors are pretty expensive on Windows. Okay. But anyway, we need the scope name, which is stir. What else do we need? I think it's just that and patterns. We don't really care about any of the other fields. We're not doing folding, and this doesn't exist for us. We'll add a field for it, even though the Visual Studio grammars don't include it. Bummer. I kind of want to be able to use their syntax outing. It's pretty unfortunate that... Ugh, it sucks. It's not a big deal though. And eventually I want to support the XML format as well, but for today, I kind of want to just get the JSON working. Because I don't... plist files are kind of annoying, that's why. I've been using Windows for years as well, but once I started working on Linux, I don't want to go back. Just saying. Yeah, that's fair. SFTP plugins for VS Code are horrible compared to Sublime Text. Doesn't really surprise me. I assume as the plugin ecosystem matures, they'll get better and better. Okay, so we unfortunately need to represent a recursive type here, it looks like. We have patterns, which is a sequence of patterns. So tuple pattern. What other fields did we have? First line match. Optional string. Repository, a dictionary, key value pairs of rules which can be included in other places in the grammar. Key is the name of the rule and the value is the actual rule. These are called rules. not patterns. They're called rules. Rule. Okay. To do the same JSON bullshit, probably. Alright, we're at our breakpoint. Cool. Well, I'm so far behind. Fedora bugging me to update to 31. Yeah, Fedora is pretty aggressive about upgrading. They also do releases very, very often. Don't really have a stable release. But it kind of makes sense. That's kind of their model. What is SFTP? SFTP is, well, secure FTP. It's usually done over SSH connections. What about using Windows subsystem for Linux as a way to learn so you can sudo and stuff in Windows? Yeah, you could do it that way. WSL is decent. I don't use it because it means I can't use virtual machines, and I'd rather use a virtual machine myself. I googled FTP and ended up on fuckthepopulation.com. FTP is file transport protocol. Or transfer protocol? What the fuck is this website? Oh, you guys can't see it. This is what I'm looking at. FTP. 10 years of FTP. I wonder if it's responsive? Oh, it is. There's a shop that's sold out. Weird. Anyway. I haven't used WSL. I used VirtualBox for a while. Yeah, I'm using VirtualBox. That's what I'm using. Renaki says, JSON is kind of annoying. Don't know how it became a de facto standard. I think it became a de facto standard because it's easy. Not for any other reason. And because XML is super verbose. I think that's the main argument for JSON, is that it's better than XML. I wish fucking Douglas Crockford would have had comments as a first-class citizen. And trailing commas. If you had comments, trailing commas, everything would be so much better. But instead, we have all of these fucking spin-off shitty languages. Like, I don't think YAML would exist. Or maybe it would, but I don't know. I think the motivation for using YAML would be a lot lower if... Okay, 3 things. Comments, trailing commas, and bare word keys. You implement those 3 things, I think there's no fucking reason to ever use YAML. But instead, we have YAML, and it's 2020, and we have people that are primary programming languages YAML. Which is great. Amazing. Totally love that. Everything is great. YAML is the best. I love YAML so much. Nothing is wrong with YAML. With VirtualBox running in the background, me playing Overwatch on Windows. Nice. The most scary command I can think of would be sudo apt-get Windows update. Right. Come to think about it, it being annoying is probably the reason it became a standard. Oh, I mean, it was better than what existed before. That's why it became a standard. Like it was slightly better than, well, it was significantly better than XML. I'm working on a client project that uses potato hosting. Sometimes I just need SFT. Are you fucking kidding me? There's FTPS? It's an extension to the commonly used file transfer that adds transport layer security. Oh. I guess I'll learn something today then. SSH file transfer protocol. Okay, cool. Thank you, Hayden. You got me. YAML is nice? Oh. Oh, hell no. Alright. Alright, so what does this parse as, right? This is the key X with a list that's hello and world. Fine. This is fine. Everything is okay here. Nothing, no tricks yet. But what about if I put the word on here? Should be the string hello and then the string on, right? Yeah, that makes sense, right? Wrong! Becomes the value true because YAML supports on as an alias for true. If I remember right, it also supports yes as an alias for true. So you have to like quote a bunch of shit all the time. Also, the Python implementation of YAML is fucking garbage because it is neither safe nor fast by default. So your default behavior is the slow, unsafe behavior. Because it uses the pure Python parser and the pure Python parser and the unsafe parser, which yeah, I did a YouTube video about this. Let me just open up the YouTube video, and then you guys can just watch that. Playlists. Oh, I never did this. I should just delete this private video. This one. No, I don't want to just. This one. This video. How long is it? 3 minutes? Wow. We can just watch it. It's pretty. I feel like super cringy watching it, but we'll watch it.
Hello! This is Anthony and welcome to another video. Usually the WAT series will focus on languages themselves, but today I thought I'd talk about a library that's pretty ubiquitous to the Python ecosystem.
You guys hear this?
As you've probably already guessed from the title, I'll be showing you just how WAT the PyYAML library is.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's dive in. Alright, so
Oh,
let's
that
start
transition.
by installing PyYAML.
So good.
And today we're going to be using version 3.12, which is the current latest.
Oh, this is such an old
YAML
video.
adds an interesting feature to configuration languages
360.
called tags. And what tags allow you to do is represent stuff that's difficult to otherwise represent in a configuration file.
This must have been on
binary.
Xenial.
PyYAML takes these tags and adds a few from Python. So, for example, it adds the tuple tag, which allows you to encode a tuple inside your configuration file. It also adds the Python module tag, which
I'm actually so impressed
as a
how
side effect
smooth this
of
looks.
Loading this configuration, it will import whatever module you specify.
What you can't see is me like juggling like 4 or 5 windows at a
For
time
instance,
and
when
like
you import
copying and
this,
pasting
it
things in
prints
there.
out the Zenith Python. If you haven't read this before, I would suggest opening an interpreter and doing import.
But yeah, this little string in YAML triggers an import as a side effect of loading the fucking source. Like what? All right, let's continue.
You'll see if we run this again, we don't get the same side effect because module import time will
Yeah,
not
it didn't run it again.
PyYAML also adds the Python name, which in this case will import the join function out of the os.path module and return it to us. So far this is
All of this shit should terrify
a little
you.
bit WAT, but not really strange, not evil. So
Uneven.
next, let's look at the Python object apply tag. this is where things get a little bit scary. So
Okay, so
Python-
so the thing about how I recorded this was actually pretty wild. So I have the way I set this up is I had VirtualBox in one window with a terminal that was just like supersized, kind of like how when I stream. But in the other window, I had the recording software, and in a third window, I had a bunch of strings. And what I'm doing as I run this is I'm talking and copying and pasting the proper string that I need for the next step in the thing, and then just like doing this all in one take. This is just one really, really long take. And the number of times I probably had to re-record this like 30 or 40 times because I had to enunciate clearly every single time, and I needed to carefully copy and paste all of those things while I was talking. So this video is actually incredibly hard to make.
object apply will call the print
And
function.
if I were to record it again, I would have made the terminal shorter because unfortunately you can see like the YouTube stuff covers up the stuff at the bottom.
and pass in these arguments.
But yeah, this is a really old video.
Side
It's from
effect of loading this
2017.
configuration, it prints oh hi. And if you can print, then surely you can eval. What?
But it gets worse.
Why stop at eval? Why not get a system shell? Yeah. So this is a little bit scary, and we'll show a few ways to make PyYAML less awful by default.
Oh, thank God, because this sounds super cringe. Hey, it could be worse, man.
So the way that you
This
make
is
YAML
really old.
error when attempting to use any of these custom Python tags is by using the safe-load function. This will prevent things like opening system shells or importing modules as side effects of loading configuration. But this isn't the end of terrible defaults.
I'm
YAML.safe
cringe,
load
yeah,
is implemented
that's
in
fine.
pure Python,
Fuck it,
so
whatever.
This means it's slow by default in CPython. If you're ever using YAML, I would suggest using this pattern so that you're using a fast and safe loader.
Yeah, so this is the code that you have to write in order to make YAML not shitty. Hey, what's up, Samuel iOS? Thank you for the raid and the follow. Damn, 58 people. This is gonna be like, oh, this might actually hit my most viewers ever. We're gonna get pretty close. I think my highest viewers is like 108. This should get us to like 116. But hello, raiders. How's it going? We're just talking about how YAML is shit right now. But the thing that I'm actually working on today... Die. Thanks, Sandstoric. Hello, hello. But the thing that I'm actually working on today is I'm working on a text editor. This is my own text editor that I've written from scratch, and I don't know, does some cool stuff. And we're working on syntax highlighting for this. So as you can see right now, it does not highlight syntax at all. We're in the middle of loading Visual Studio Code grammars to make that work properly. Let's see, what can I show you that I have so far? We're working on parsing the grammar, but let's disable that for a second so I can show you what we did so far. So all we've done so far is loaded a theme. So this is a Visual Studio Code theme called Horizon, and if we load it, you can see these are all of the different ways that it will highlight a file. And we're eventually going to apply these and then implement those in my own text editor. And here we go, where you guys realize that I'm using Nano, and and yes, I'm working on my baby. Give a swearing man says I have to leave to the bathroom, and I come back and it's on a different stream. We're raiding. Hello, welcome. Hey, what's up, Dr. Robot Vinnick? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I use Nano. I'm a noob. But eventually I will not use Nano. I will be using Babi instead. It will be replacing my usage of Nano. But Babi will actually be similar to Vim, and like it has some amounts of modal editing right now. It starts in insert mode as always, but you can do some other stuff with it. Hey, what's up, Mac user? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And actually, it supports Vim-like commands, so you can quit Babi using :Q. It's mostly a meme, but It works pretty well. Hey, what's up, C252? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Damn, you guys caught me using Nano. Just use a normal ID or at least Visual Studio Code. You guys are always critics. You should see me using Nano though. I'm pretty fast at it. It works for me. But what we're currently working on is parsing the Visual Studio Code grammars in order to do the highlighting portion. And so I was working on parsing the grammar here, which are at this breakpoint right now over here. And so I was looking at this the JSON structure that populates each of the regular expressions, and then we'll use that to build highlight ranges, and then from there I guess we just reach out to the theme file and hopefully match the two up, and then we'll have a highlighter. Cyberpone, yes, I'm using Ubuntu in a virtual machine. You got me. I'm running Windows. Much embarrassed. Warnacki says, Nano is the greatest unassuming editor ever. There's nothing to be fast with. It doesn't have anything. It's just sort of shortcuts and not real commands. While I'm out of here, Windows was the limit. Alright, Viking Coder. Why not Ed? You guys are so mean. Windows is also a VM. Yeah, what if it's just VMs nested in VMs forever? You guys are such critics. But anyway, we're filling out the data types for the grammar, and then we'll start applying those. Why do people care about text editors so much, right? Exactly. Leave me alone! Leave Brittany alone! We still need this one. Okay, but our rule is what we're working on right now. Because they don't understand the text time. Hey, what's up, Soding? How's it going? Hello, hello. I have to follow this guy so that... Hang on. I'm watching my own stream. Huh. Cool. See, Viking Coder, you're still here. It's like shoes. You've got to have a good pair. I mean... Yeah, but... Whatever, it's fine. We're gonna make it happen. Okay, so scope name, we need to fill that out. Data, scope name. File, a first line match. So we parse these two. File types is not provided by the Visual Studio Code ones for whatever reason. That's the wrong file. They cut out that information for whatever. The TextMate ones are implemented using plist in XML, but lol, I didn't want to use XML, so we're using the JSON ones today. But we don't have the file types here. The file types will actually be important later, but for now it's not super important for this little demo that I'm doing. If file types in data patterns, this is where we actually need to do the parsing. Do all of those. I know, Warnacki. I do need to populate that FAQ. Viking Coder says, I was just trolling you, do your own thing. Alright, bud. I will. Can't stop me. In patterns. No, in data repository. But this is optional. This should be. What was it called? What was the key called? Repository. Okay, so this is the top level parsing. This is going to be complicated also. So it said that patterns can be circular, so I don't really want to resolve the references eagerly because then we'll never resolve them. And pattern was actually called rule. We gotta implement this. Actually, how do you fix these ones? I have not heard this song before in the playlist, so we must be pretty far in. You should have a backspace counter, right? I don't even know how I would do something like that. Like, I would have to, like, keylog the backspace counter or tab counter, right? Although I could always get around backspacing by doing this and then Control K. But that would be slightly cheating. Hey, what's up, Hana? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Even though I'm using Nano, even though everyone is like, oh, Nano. And Lord Lycon, thank you as well for the follow. And he is not defined. Right. Yeah, I didn't use any backspaces there. And Baunak, thank you as well for the follow. Hello, hello. Rule is not defined. What do you mean? Oh, circular reference. Oh, we're back to this, right? Because we wanted to demo this for the peoples. To do magics. It's not wrong. Oh, so funny thing about triple quoted strings, 4 quotes is not valid because it's not a triple quoted string, but you can have a string that looks like this, which is a half triple quoted string, and it works. And the reason that this works is Python has implicit string joining. So this is actually 2 string literals, and you can also put spaces in here as well. But yeah, half triple quoted string. It doesn't work in the other direction though, because of the way the parser works. So it's looking for the end of a triple quoted string literal here. Hanaf says, "Hey man, I do not judge. I myself use Emacs plus evil mode because I love Vim. Use whatever works best and is fastest for you." Zoding says, "It will probably work in a C2 because of the same reason." Yeah. Well, C doesn't have triple quoted strings though, but I bet C probably does have half triple quoted strings. Not C standard IO. Yay! Yeah, so C also has the same quirk. Which makes sense. And you could probably put a bunch of spaces here. But anyway. Sorry. Your name has no vowels, so how was I supposed to pronounce it? Is this OS X or Linux? It is Linux. This is, well, it's Windows. Haha, it's neither. But yeah, I'm running Linux in a virtual machine. I'm pretty sure triple quoted hello is valid C with literally probably. Oh, yeah, it is. I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're right. I've never seen OS X looks like this. Yeah, me either. Aha! Now it's OS X! We did it! Yay, shitty BSD system. I have a Mac that I literally only use to compile code on. No other reason, but it sits in my living room. Didn't you give your poor int function a return value? Just saying. I did, didn't I? Didn't I return 0? Or are you talking about the Python code? Yes, this is Ubuntu. This is 1804. I have a MacBook Pro. The wife uses it to crochet on. The C code, you voided it like a boss. No, I didn't. I had int main void. I had this. Although, you're right, probably the second one I didn't do return 0 because you don't need to. Because the C specification says that it implicitly returns 0, which I don't like. I wish they didn't do that, but we did a log file, it's fine. You voided it like a boss. Like a boss. Yeah, that was cool in 2009, 2008, 2009? 2009? Yeah, 2009. Hey, what's up? Trying to get me to pronounce your name again, aren't you? Entrepreneur. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Are you Hayden? It's coming back. Yo, Hayden hasn't been here in a long time. I don't know whatever happened to Hayden. That poor troll. Maybe he found someone else that deals with this shit more than I did. I did it? I pronounced your name properly? Pretty good given no vowels. Is it directory? Alright, this should actually have right here. Okay, so a rule can have a bunch of things. Name. Name is name optional? Yes, it is optional because this is a rule here that does not have name. Cool. Not exactly, but it's okay. Alright, I tried. Name is an optional stir. Match, which is a stir, but we can probably do it as a pattern. Begin and end. These keys allow matches which span multiple lines. Okay, so these are also two optional patterns. Oh, these have to be stirs because they allow back references. Okay. Oh, these are optional. Oh, I hate all of these optionals. This is gonna be a pain later on. Begin and end. Content name. Another optional. wonder if I should go for Lazarus and Object Pascal. What? I don't know what that means. Is it me? Captures, begin captures, and end captures. These are mapping integers to a capture type. Lazarus is a visual IDE for Object Pascal. Oh, interesting. I don't know anything about Object Pascal. Kind of the spiritual successor to Delphi. Okay. Actually, it's always a stir, right? So we can just int stir. That's what we're gonna do. Int stir, and then captures end. These aren't optional. They will always be present. Well, they won't always be present, but we can give them an empty dictionary. Include. This allows you to reference a different language recursively, reference the grammar itself. So include is a string. Okay. That's not so bad, I guess. Again, I don't like Object Pascal or Pascal for that matter. Your nick is pretty simple, which is good. Yeah, Anthony writes code. It's what I do. My name. And yeah. I actually have like 2 different names that I go by online though, unfortunately. So I use my first initial last name for most of my stuff, if my GitHub profile loads. But I usually go by Acetilli in pretty much everything. But then my yeah, exactly. I do too much GitHub, so unfortunately my profile doesn't always load. Usually it loads the second time though. Yeah. So usually I'm Acetilli, which is Anthony Acetilli, which is the anglicized Italian for the last name, because it should be like Sottile or something not pronounced wrong, but anyway. So I usually go by Acetilli, but all of my Twitch and YouTube stuff is inside of a GitHub org called Anthony Writes Code. Easy to remember. Unfortunately, my Twitter is not the same, because Twitter only lets you have this many characters in your username, and so I didn't want to be a fishing channel. Anthony Writes COD. I'm a different name on Twitter. We'll look at that later. Okay, but I think this is enough to do the parsing here. Hey, what's up, Short Legend? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If name indexed, then name is equal to indexed name. Otherwise, name equals none. If match indexed, match equals re.compile dict match. Oh, the begin can always be a pattern. Will I hate myself if I do this? Maybe. Have you ever coded in Java, bro? Yes, I have coded in Java, bro. I have an Android app that was originally written in Java in 2012. I guess we can demo my Android app real quickly, assuming this starts fast. Although most of it now has been ported to Kotlin, except for the parts that I hate, that I need to rewrite because they're bad. Because I didn't know, I was not that great of a programmer in 2012. I didn't really know what I was doing. And so some of the code in this project is kind of shit. I'm gonna be the first to admit that. But I've ported most of the not crap parts to Kotlin. But this should reboot. That's what always happens when you run it. What are you doing, emulator? Figure your shit out. There we go. So I wrote this game called Ken Squared, which is based on a game called Ken Ken. We'll do 6x6. That's not so bad. We'll do it in not hard modes, you guys can see. But the idea behind Ken Ken is, can you guys see this on stream? Hopefully. There's numbers and a math symbol. So first off, it's like Sudoku in that you can't have the same number in the same row or column. But then the twist is that there's these numbers with math symbols, and they are inside these cages, which have one to many boxes inside of them, and all of the numbers that you're supposed to fill out there will, with that math symbol, end up being this number. So like 9 plus means that these three have to add up to 9. And you can mark which ones could be what numbers. So like 10x has to be 2 times 5, 3x has to be 1 times 3, etc., etc. This 20x has to be 4 times 5. And then you use some like patterns and like logic to figure out the rest of them. The one particular pattern is if you see 2 numbers in a line that have only 2 choices, that means you can't see these numbers anywhere else in that line. So that means this cannot be a 5, so it must be a 2. Since that was a 2, this has to be a 5. Another pattern that you'll see is like if you see 2 lines and there's only 1 left over, it can't be 1, 3, and it can't be 4, 5, so this has to be a 6. 6 times 1 is 6. This one could have been 3, 5, or 2, 6 to add up to 8, but since 5 is gone, this has to be 2 plus 6 somehow, etc. And you basically just play the game out that way. This one has to be 3, 4, that has to be 1, 6. This can be 1, 2, 3, 6. But since there's no 5 anywhere else in this column, this has to be a 5. This can't be 2, 6, it has to be 1, 3, so this has to be 2, 4, so this has to be a 6. 3, 4. This could be 5 or 6 here. Lots of choices there. 12 has to be 3 plus... Wait, 1 plus 5 plus 6. This has to be a 3, and this has to be 2 times 5. But anyway, I play this game a lot, and anyway, I wrote it from scratch in like in 2012 for Android API version 6, which was like right when Android phones came out, and I didn't even own an Android phone, but I wrote this game for it. I eventually owned an Android phone, and I played it on that, but I originally thought that I would make games or whatever. It turns out making games is not a super lucrative career, so I didn't really pursue that. So this has to be 3 or 4, this has to be 5 or 6, we already know this has to be a 5 or 6. A lot of choices there. 9 plus, with 2 of them, has to be either 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 5, or... It could have a 6. It could be 1, 2, 6. Actually, it could be 1 plus any of the other ones. So it could be any of them. Do this. This has to be 1, 3, 4. Oh, that one was solvable. Cool. And if you double tap, it'll solve any of them that are forced. So you saw it filled these 2 out because there was only 1 possible choice there. And eventually you win. But it's I don't know. It's a fun game. I play it to kind of pass the time on the train and stuff, but that's my Java / Android experience / Kotlin. Is this on the Play Store? It was. God, this is such a dumb fucking story. But then it was taken down for trademark violation. And what trademark did I violate? None, because there's literally no fucking text in like the whole app that says their trademark. But they're like, oh yeah, this is violating the intellectual property of Next Toy Incorporated. You can't implement a game that uses the same logic as the game that already exists. I'm like, for fuck's sake. I wrote this game as a project in college because I wanted a game that didn't suck and didn't have ads and didn't take fucking forever to load and only had 6 playable puzzles. Like, give me something that's not shit and I will use that. But whatever. But yeah, it used to be on the store, and then some lawyer was like, rabble, rabble, rabble. And Google doesn't really doesn't play games with trademark violation. They don't even ask. Like, if anyone reports a trademark violation, they'll just wipe it from the store. And you have to like go through this whole long process to be like, please reinstate my app. I promise that I wasn't doing this thing. The dude that said this was just an asshole. Blah 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 blah. But I didn't bother because I was a poor college kid and I didn't really want to get a lawyer and fight over a fucking Android app that I wrote in my free time. Like, I didn't have time to do it. But yeah, I can build the APK and put it on. Actually, I can probably just find it. Let's see. I don't even know where that project lives, though. On the D drive? Ooh. It's on that drive. Steam library. Definitely not that. E drive, studio projects. Here we go. Build Kotlin sessions. No. Where does it stick the APK? App builds generated. Star.apk. Alright, it's one of these ones, guys. I don't know which one it is. Appdebug.apk. It's probably this one. Probably. Oh, it's only less than a megabyte? Kind of impressive. Why is this one smaller? And different? Why can I not change the bars here? Path. Intermediates, instant run APK debug. Probably don't want that one. Probably want this one. Open file location. I'm gonna assume this is that, and I'll just drop it in Discord for you. Okay, I think I dropped it in Discord. Show me your directory, the project one, this one. Yeah, I know, you're gonna be like, oh, your Kotlin's all busted, blah, 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 blah. It's in the wrong place. Yeah, I know. It's because it used to be a Java project. I haven't finished moving all the Java around, so I haven't fixed the other stuff. Probably the last modified one. Oh, I should have done that. That would have been smart. That would have been smart. This was modified in 2018, so it's probably not that one. So yeah, let me delete that. That's probably not right. What is today? Today is the 18th of 2020. None of these are modified in 2020. Maybe I'll do a clean build. There's a release build. I know how to... I've done that before, but... Let me do a clean build, and then we'll grab one, and I'll upload that one. Build. Clean project. Build. Rebuild project. Doing something? Is that one right? The modified date was like hilariously old. I mean, the code hasn't changed since like it's not working on my PC. Well, it probably won't work on your PC because it's an Android app. Finished. Where was the... It's gotta be this one. Let's try this one. Anyway. Grab the clean build anyway, no harm done, I guess. I know I've changed the code since 2018, so the old build was probably not right. Hey, what's up? It's hello, hello. 2012 throwback, right? Thank you for the follow, friend. It's Hisson. No Twitch back then. Really? I guess it was Justin TV then. Yeah, 2000 TV until 2014. Wow. I didn't realize it lasted that long. Play Protect flagged it as a removed app. Oof. Yeah, I mean, but I play it on my phone, so it works for me. I have a question for you. I'm interested in programming, but I'm 22 years old, unfortunately. What's unfortunate about being 22? I think it is too late to learn programming. No. I think anyone can learn programming. Even if you're, how do you play this? Very quick run through. I just closed it again. Alright, I'll give you the demo again. Hey, what's up, Augustus Germanicus? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'll give you a quick rundown again, even though I just did it. Run app. There we go. Augustus Germanicus says, I'm turning 26 and starting my comp sci major this fall. Awesome. So yeah, see, it's not too late. You'll be fine. But yeah. I'll do the real TLDR. Elon Barker says, I've just started programming at 49, keeps me off the streets. Nice. That's a good way to put it. Yo, programming keeps me off the streets too. Sumcho says, I'm turning 31 and going to start something this year. Nice. Awesome. Have some cookies while you could. Anthony writes code has some good cookie recipes. It's true. I do. Okay. We'll do the 5x5 because it's much faster to explain than the 4x4. Super easy mode. Start with 4x4. Easy as possible. There are cages. They're outlined darker, and they have a number and a math symbol. And the numbers inside these two cages with that math symbol have to be this number. So 3 plus has to be 1 plus 2, somewhere or another. 4 plus has to be 1 plus 3 in some way or another. It couldn't be 2 plus 2 because you can't have the same number in the same row or column. And the first, clever part of how it works is, or the first rule that you learn about this is if you ever see two numbers that could only be two things in a line, shit. I double clicked. You double tap it, auto solves anything that has to be solvable. But if you see, so this used to be 1, 2 before it auto solved that. But that means you can't see a 1 or a 2 in either of these two cells. So this one has to be a 3. And if you double tap, it'll auto solve ones that are forced. This one's not forced because it still has 4 combinations, even though I've said it could only be a 1. But this one is forced because it could only be 4. So if I double tap or double click, because I'm using an emulator, it will fill out all of those ones. So this one, to be 24, it has to be 2 times 3 times 4 in this particular one. So this has to be 2 or 3. Since this can't be a 2, it has to be a 3. Oh. At a point you can double tap and it'll just solve all of them for you. Onax says, I'm 38 and borderline homeless. An entire sleeve says, I'm 36 and I got my first job with the job title software engineer 1.5 years ago. Awesome. That's great. There's a massive demand for people who can do this. If you go on Reddit, you think there are no jobs except big N jobs. Yeah, there's tons of companies, organizations, and places where they need technical people with software engineering skills. It's not just like, oh, I didn't get a job at Google. Like, there's thousands of companies that need people with these skills. Not borderline homeless, that was a joke. All right, cool. Hey, what's up, Ivana Vladavra? It's a good play. It's pretty close to do some fucking Harry Potter spells up in here. The death spell, the forbidden death spell. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Warnaki says, I hope I never have a job. Yikes. Bonax says there are a lot of jobs, but also depends on where you live. It can also be super competitive. Some companies want 10 plus years of experience for a language that came out last month. Yeah, they're super unrealistic about those sorts of things. I live in Seattle area. It can be competitive. Yeah, Seattle is pretty competitive. 225 in my first game for 4x4. That's pretty good. Let me see what my high scores are, because I play the game a lot. I've gotten very, very good at it. Also, you can turn it into hard mode where you can't pick, you can't set the like, I know where this thing is. On hard mode, it grays out the top bar. Not preferences. So 4x4, I've played 76 games. I've won 81. Wait, no, I've won 76 games. I played 81. My best time is 6 seconds. My best time for 5, and this is in hard mode. My best time for 5 is 10 seconds. For 6, it's 30. For 7, it's 51 seconds. 8x8, it's 152. That was a really fast game. And 9x9, my fastest is in 204. It's really, really hard. But Daps92 says, what's the Python project you're working on? I'm working on a text editor. This is my text editor. It can edit text. It doesn't do all that much. Well, it does quite a lot, but it's, you know. Oh, those are kind of sorted, but whatever. It does a lot of stuff so far, but it doesn't do syntax highlighting. So what we're working on today is... Sorry, I just saw Sarcastic Dante's message. We're working on syntax highlighting today. Sarcastic Dante says, my best time is 15 seconds. Oh wait, we're talking about Ken Ken. Oof. Yeah. The recruiters who are unrealistic because so few of them understand technology. Years of experience is a bullshit metric in itself. I agree. Totally agree. His Identical says, anyone familiar with SVG files? I have a series of frames that I want to play. I want to play them. Play them on the browser. I've done some stuff with SVG. I don't know about SVG animations. The closest... Oh, when was the last time I worked with SVG? Oh, I remember. No, what was it called? Requirements tools. No one ever finished this thing that I was working on, unfortunately. Pull request? This one. This one. This is one that I worked on SVG. This was the SVG that I wrote. It was supposed to explain how... So there's this tool that I wrote called Upgrade Requirements. And it's similar to pip tools, but I didn't know pip tools existed, or it didn't exist at the time. I don't even remember. But this demonstrates like how Upgrade Requirements takes a minimal set of things and compiles them into a pinned set of things, including dependencies. But this was an SVG that I wrote by hands. Oh yeah, you can see all the stores. So this is my handwritten SVG. Took a lot of work, but we got there in the end. Anyway, I know a little bit about SVGs, but I'm just garbage at it. Stanislav TS says, can you actually get any work done while having Twitch chat next to you? Yeah, we've gotten some stuff done today. Like, let me show you what we've done so far today. This is what we've done so far today. Oh shit. This is what we've done so far today. We've managed to parse a theme and then show all of the different selectors that are available for that theme. So we did something today. He's complete like 10 lines of code today. Come on, it's a little more than 10. It's 210. Neil M. Barker says, have you finished the Advent of Code? No, I got super stuck on day 22. I'm gonna go learn some math and then hopefully finish it up. But yeah, I need to learn some stuff about modulo-based, wait, what was it? Linear functions in a modular plane. Something like that. I don't know, I found an article that like explains some stuff and so I can learn the math there, and then I should be able to solve the second part. And then I'll have to do day 23, 24, and then the first part of 25, because 25 is only a half day, fortunately. Not as hard as the rest of the days. But yeah. What was I in the middle of? Right, we were in the middle of this. Implementing all of these things. Otherwise match equals none. If began in text, then begin equals sucks that all of these are optional. Really sucks that these are all optional. Hey, what's up, Specs? Specs says, I'm so close to being truly done with my first project. That's awesome. I'm currently adding some finishing touches, adding on to my already completed functionality to deploy the bot to the network where it will live. That's awesome. Good to hear that you're almost done with your first project. I mean, the first project for me was always like the one that just like showed me how fucking magical programming is, and then from there it just gets better and better. Hey, what's up, Bulka B? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Bulka B. I glanced over and I thought it said Babi for a second. I was like, no, it can't be. There's no way. It would be funny if somebody registered this as a Twitch handle and just said hi or something like that. First project done, but nothing but documentation. I see. Makes sense. Makes sense. Content name. This code sucks. I hate it so much. Aiden says, damn bro, this shit is hard. And I'm top set math. Oh, are you talking about day 22? Yeah, day 22 is pretty bad. You should check out Urban Dictionary for Babi. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Oh no, if I pick something lewd on accident. Okay, this is fine. Okay. The person who drives on an emergency lane. Ambulance driver, there's a lot of babbies blocking my way. What is this gif? Word used by Malaysian for pig. Quite rude in that country. Well. Babby, what a guy or girl calls their boyfriend or girlfriend. Hey Babby, what's up? Seems not that great. This one is not positive. A young or small child. A Northern English description. Okay, these are all like low voted. Okay, we good. Oh, you're talking about Ken. Yeah. Ken's pretty hard. 124. Yeah, try 9x9. 9x9's real hard. Try bumping up the size. 4x4 is should be pretty easy. Oops. What am I doing? What keyboard shortcut am I pressing? It should be pretty easy. Motherfucker, I had to restart it 3 times. The 4x4 ones also... Actually, I think 5x5 is easier than 4x4. The problem with 4x4 is like the way the math works out. Sometimes they're just unsolvable. The other thing about Ken Squared is if there are 2 solutions to a puzzle, it will allow either of the solutions. Bonax says, alright, you've been entertaining. I need to get out of the house. Go get a coffee or something. Might be back later. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around in the future. It's good to chat with you in chat. This code all sucks. I hate it so much. I'm just gonna write it out. Can factor it later. Oh, this line's gonna be too long. No. I should write a function for this. Whatever. Oh, fuck. I screwed this one up. In an end, and then include is an optional stir. I could have sworn there was like sub patterns. I missed that. Yeah, there is. Oh, and there's no circular types. Fuck. I swear there's an example here that talks about a circular recursive protocols. The protocols can be recursive or self-referential and mutually exclusive. This is gross. So MyPy currently doesn't support recursive types, unfortunately. Well, we can cheat by using a protocol, which does support recursive types. Doesn't really. This rule satisfies this protocol because it has the same type signature. So we should be fine there. this is a subject. And then we construct this class. So after this, we should, in theory, be able to parse all the parameters now. But that doesn't really solve our, like, not our parsing, our highlighting part. Ooh, let's see if I can get clever here. Not a space plus not a space plus and then colon, but we want a capture group, and then replace everything in that line with \1 equals \1 comma. Hey, look at that shit. Some advanced nano right there. This should be else patterns equals this. Should separate each of these different things by a new line just to make it slightly more readable. And we probably want an assertion here. Kaner88 says, "Hi, what's that you're writing? An interpreter? I'm working on a text editor." Rule is not defined. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, we can quote this. Not enough values to unpack. Hold on, I'll explain in a second. I'm working on a text editor, but I'll show you that when I get this working. We're working on syntax highlighting today, which is pretty complicated, unfortunately. Capture begin. Oh, that is named incorrectly. It should be captures begin. I had it right there, I just didn't have it right down here. Is that right? Is that what the spec said? Begin. God fucking. Had the name wrong. Fixed. But yeah, I'm working on a text editor, we're working on syntax highlighting. This is what I have working so far, which is parsing a theme file and showing each of the different tags that are printed out. This is the same theme files that are used for TextMate, Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, Atom, and a couple other ones that use the same approach. So I'm doing it for a terminal editor. We're working on parsing the grammars now, and then applying that syntax highlighting. But this is my text editor. It can edit itself. You know, you can enter text, undo, redo, whatever you need to do. Has find and replace, has a bunch of other features. You can quit it like Vim, you can quit it like Nano. But it's a fully featured text editor, just doesn't have syntax highlighting yet, so that's what we're working on right now. Driz T says, "Is there anyone who can help me to find a cracked program?" I mean, Google can. But I don't know. I don't know if I can help you with that. Especially because it's probably illegal. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. I'll see you guys in a Alright, we're back. So we back in the mine? No, we're not. We're not gonna sing revenge. It's okay. Oh, but this succeeding means that we parsed the grammars properly, so we can actually look at that now. We just need to do the hard problem of parsing. It's pretty unreadable. I have a script that makes this readable. I think in here called ntpp.py. No, is it in gist? ntpp.py. I want raw. Much more readable. Okay, so we have a grammar, which is this. No first line match, no file types. It has some patterns. Oh, this is good. This is really good. This is a match pattern with no begin and end. No content name, has a capture, which makes the first group, I believe is this one, named punctuation.definition.separator.diff. Good. My NTPP is a little bit busted here. Probably because it's using pprint and doesn't know about the indent, but that's fine, whatever. Jessica says, salutations, what are you working on here? I'm working on a text editor called Babi. It's largely a nano clone, supports almost all the same keyboard shortcuts. It doesn't support syntax highlighting, which is what we're working on today. We're working on doing that, so I have this little demo that doesn't yet. Let's see, languages diff, and then patch. Doesn't quite do much yet. This is my little demo that I'm going to use for syntax highlighting. So far, all it does is it loads a theme file and shows you all of the different things that could be highlighted, but we haven't actually highlighted any of them yet. It also loads the grammar, which is what we're looking at over here. The grammar contains a bunch of rules, which have captures and other stuff. But we'll hopefully now be able to apply those rules to the source, and then, in theory, draw it out and highlight it. And then I'll be able to take this same code and apply it to my text editor in one way or another. Not quite sure how that's going to look, but we'll see. Because I need to figure out like what the data structures are going to look like there. Cool stuff. Building a new text editor to scratch your own itch, or as an academic exercise? It's kind of 4 or 5 different reasons. The first is definitely academic. I wanted to learn curses, and so I think at this point I've definitely learned a lot of curses. Like, holy shit. Another one is my primary text editor is Nano, and people give me shit for that, so why not switch to an editor that's not Nano? So I'm re-implementing my own text editor for that reason. The other reason is I currently use Nano 2. Oops, doesn't show the version when you open 2 files. Nano 2.9.3, which has a feature that I really like, which is a code formatter can be triggered with Control-T. But in the latest version of Nano, they have removed that feature, which sucks. Because I really like that feature. And I want that feature, so I'll be able to implement it myself. What else? I want to be able to add my own features without having to write a bunch of C to do them, and I've actually already implemented some of my own features into Babi. So for instance, you can do highlighting and you can sort using Vim-like commands. So you can do something like this, and yeah, that works. But it's like a feature that Nano doesn't support. And common question that I get is, well, Nano's open source, why not fork it or hack on it or, you know, re-add the feature that they're removing? And the reason for that is kind of twofold. One, it's written in C and it doesn't have any tests and it's kind of a mess and like not like code that I would want to read on a day-to-day basis. And it's pretty complicated. It has, I think it's almost like 13 or 14,000 lines of code. And I don't really want to write C, but also it's GPL licensed, so whatever contributions that I make, I would have to send patches even if they're never going to accept them, and that's just it's tiring. Not something that I want to do. Why not fork Nano and change nothing but the name? Yeah, well, it's GPL, so kind of doesn't let you do that. GPL is kind of shitty in that way. But yeah, and it has no tests, so I can't really validate any of my changes. I can't know that I won't break things, so that part kind of sucks. And I don't really want to write C. I also don't really want to maintain my own fork forever. That's also kind of a pain in the ass. But running my own thing is great because I can plug in whatever I want. And it's written in Python now, so it's a lot easier. What does the name of your text editor come from? Good question. In fact, it is the first part of the README. So usually I use Nano. Put your hands on a QWERTY keyboard, but you accidentally move your hand over one and then type Nano, and you're thinking, what the fuck, why would you move your hand over one on a QWERTY keyboard? You know, sometimes I just like, I'm streaming, you know, I'm talking with my hands because I'm Italian or whatever, and sometimes I just slam my hands on the keyboard and start typing. And I don't always feel around for the little nubs on F and J, and sometimes my right hand will end up in the wrong spot. And so instead of typing Nano, I'll type Babi. And so for the longest time, I had an alias in my bash RC. I had an alias in my bash, well, bash aliases, that was aliasing Babi to Nano. I have another typo, some other typos here. And so I thought, if I'm going to make my own text editor, I've already got a great name for it. So that's why I picked Babi. But yeah, I really like the name. I'm very happy with the name, as stupid as it is. But it's because I typoed by a hand shift. I Am Paranoid says, pretty sure for GPL you only need to provide the source code if you're distributing binaries. GPL and patches. I seem to remember GPL 3 requires you to send back every patch that you make. Oh, FAQ, this is too long. I don't know, there's something about GPL that's too restrictive, but fuck it. I don't want to write C anyway, and that's a better reason. What if somebody types Babi but meant to use Nano but doesn't notice the difference? Right, Infinite Limb? So you will notice some differences. Like, Babi does not have the little help thing at the bottom. I've also turned that off in Nano. Babi is basically my configuration of Nano, but not. You don't have to send back patches, but only if you distribute it. But yeah, fuck C. GPL's FAQ is the best. Yeah, it's real long. You even have a section for multiple... Really? For multiple inheritance? I don't see it in here. Maybe it's under a different name. It's pretty wild. Oh, maybe that's the GPL v3. Old licenses. Licenses. Whatever. I'm done with that. I don't have time for that shit. But yeah, that's Babi. Babi is Nano without syntax highlighting, basically, right now. But it'll eventually have syntax highlighting, I promise. That's what we're working on. Okay. So, the next part is actually highlighting this file. Yeah, choose a license, that's what it's called. I've used that before. I need to work in a community. I want it simple and permissive. What I use. My project isn't software. I want more choices. I don't want a license. No license. Cool. It always bugged me that Nano doesn't have syntax highlighting. It does. It absolutely does. See? Syntax highlighting. It's just shitty. You can turn it off. It absolutely does. Look. Look, it does. Not very good. It works. This is Nano. These are colored. I'm not losing my mind, right? Bix Place. It's not actually true syntax highlighting. Like, the way it works is a series of regexes. Oh, it doesn't by default. Yeah, that might be true. The distribution on... Oh, you can see some bugs here. And here. The syntax highlighting for the syntax highlighting is buggy. Who'd have thunk, right? Oh, but, yeah, you're probably right that the default one doesn't. On Ubuntu it does because they ship the syntax files with Nano. Dash capital. They ship all these Nano RC files which get included by default. I Am Paranoid says, why not use Vim though? Because I'm not as fast in it. I do know how to use Vim, I just don't like it. What is R Nano? A restricted Nano. R Nano runs the Nano editor in restricted mode. This allows editing only the specific file or files, doesn't allow the user to access the file system, nor to a command shell. I didn't know you could do that in Nano. Oh, that's what I was suspending. Doesn't allow saving under a different name. Huh. Oh, I guess you can get a shell through the syntax triggers. Didn't know. Interesting. But anyway, that's Nano. And I'm running out of steam. How long have I been streaming? 5.5 hours? Let's try and get this working. Ish. It's diffs. How complicated could it be? Are there any nested scopes for diffs? Probably not. Probably why I chose it, right? No. Just dead simple. Hey, what's up, Just Cuz? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, even though I've seen you in chat already. Thank you for following. Alright, so we need some way to represent the matches, and I believe they only are start position, length, and name? I wish I could see how someone else implements this, because Is Sublime Text in Python? Oh, is it not open source? It is not open source. Wow. People are fucking salty. This has literally nothing to do with the title. Wow. Okay, so they're not open source. I guess I could look at how VS Code does this. Oh, but I don't want to splunk through that code base, so I'm just gonna do it in a shitty way and see what happens. We don't have to do nested captures, so we should just get something working, right? There's a Vim operating system. The fact that VimOS exists doesn't surprise me. I mean, you basically live in Vim anyways. Why not make it your operating system? Yeah, it's like Emacs. Emacs is an operating system that happens to have a shitty text editor. Okay. So these only work on lines, so that's easy to start with. And wait, what? I didn't know you could have characters after the $sign. Is that a thing? Wow. Well, it's I guess the second thing that I learned today. It kind of makes sense. Like the $sign is the line ending, but it's before the new line. Huh. Cool. Oh, but this... Wait, how does it work for... I did the same thing last time. What does it do for Windows line endings? Okay, it still matches it, which means that this is not considered a line terminator. Okay. That's cool. A little surprising. That makes sense. If you want to end the line, then comment before the new line. I was just kind of surprised by the regex behavior here. Like, I didn't realize that $sign was before the new line for a string. But it kind of makes sense. Next step after is babi OS. I don't think babi will ever be that powerful. Let's just run this straight through. Maybe I do just exist, right? Okay, for rule in grammar dot patterns. If rule Let's see if rule.match is not none. If you get a start end one, do you have to search to try and find an end? Just do an LFS system with Babi is the only program and no ways to connect to the internet. Right? I'm sure someone would find a way to break out of it. Although I don't think there's any way to break out of it right now. You could background it, which would just suspend your operating system. Emacs, but it's not stolen. Yeah. Let's see. If match is not none. I don't think we have any of the start end ones, begin end. Oh, we do. Comment.line.numbersign.diff. Why is this implemented this way? In fact, if I remember reading the spec, this was explicitly forbidden. These keys allow matches that span several lines and are mutually exclusive. Begin is the pattern that starts the block, and end is the pattern which ends the blocks. Captures from the begin pattern can be referenced in the end pattern. Oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, well their example gave one that was this. Okay, so yeah, they can match on the same line. I'm not sure why you would do this though. Why wouldn't you use this and then dot star $? There's not any working happening yet. No, not yet, Hayden. We're getting there. We're getting real close. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure with enough determination someone would break it or manage to get internet working. But if you're using an OS that goes out of its way to not be online, then you kind of know what you're getting into. Yeah. There is a begin end one that we have to handle. Just one of them. I think I use search and not match for these. That would make sense for this. I didn't know you could have comments and diffs. Hey, what's up, Chaffety? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Who doesn't have comments? You can use this. Oh. Okay, so I guess it is a thing. I assume when I get to a more complicated syntax, then it will matter. Yeah, I don't know how partial keyword matches work. Oh look, I got more rep. What did I get rep for? Oh, this one. I have so many points on this stupid question because everyone runs into this problem on Ubuntu or on Debian. Alright, we're just gonna do this wrong to begin with. That's fine. Right, my debugger's gonna get colored. That's funny. I still don't know why this first line is messed up. Doesn't make sense to me. Because this line's fine. Maybe the beginning of the line needs to be... Maybe I need to get rid of this here. So we'll just always end up with a blank line at the top of the file. That at least kind of works. Do you think there's a meta.diff in this? I don't know. No. Oh, this is a nested one. These are all the things that are supported. I don't see how we're gonna have diff here. Maybe diffs aren't highlighted. Can one of you that uses VS Code find a theme that highlights diffs? Horizon does? I'm using Horizon. Maybe one of the other tokens that matches will match. VS Code provides its own. Oh. Find me a theme that matches diffs. that is what I ask of you. Find me some theme that matches something inside of diffs. So these are the... These are the ones that I want you to find something that highlights one of these. Otherwise my little demo is not going to work. So any theme that has a highlighter for one of these ones. That's not a job I can do at 1 in the morning. That's fair. Oh, this one has... Okay. Either of Horizon, either ones that are not Horizon have support for this. So let's use one of those instead. So One Dark Pro has support for this. We'll do that one. Okay, so I got one. It's fine. I don't need your help. I don't need you. No, I need you, Hayden.
Subvocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images and talk and words inside your skull. Now, if you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking. And just as you have to stop talking to hear what others have to say, you have to stop thinking to find out what life is about. And the moment you stop thinking, you come into immediate contact with the unspeakable world.
Okay, fine, I'll just leave.
The force of liberation will blow the world to pieces.
Have a good one, bud. Real though, I'm gonna head off. As you said, it's nearly 1 in the morning. Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Have a good one. Let's see if the match is not none. If rule.name in theme.token styles. Print styled match dot group or match 0. And then the theme dot token styles rule dot name. I think I might need +1 here. Hey, what's up, Michael Fox? How's it going? Hello, hello. Alright, let's try that. Print style is missing 1 keyword argument foreground. Alright. I need to pass the foreground in here. I know this is wrong, but I think we might. Fuck. Kind of works. Kind of. What do you mean, out of range? What do you mean? Oh. Pause is 48. Line number is 0. It should be greater than or equal to. Off by 1, of course. Oh my god. fucking kind of works. Why doesn't this line get highlighted? I don't know. Holy shit, it kind of fucking works. Oh. Why didn't it highlight this line though? What gives here? Maybe it's not supposed to? Let me look at the grammar and the theme. Yeah, this one matches the -1. That gets that one there. Where's the +1 though? This one. Finally, right? This is actually so fucking cool. I'm like so hyped about this shit right now. You have no idea. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Why is the end of this line highlighted? Oh, but this is super cool. Oh god, what have I done? No. There we go. Oops. Well, that's because we don't actually have a selector engine. What are we looking for? What is the name of that tag? Meta.diff.header. Meta.diff.header.fromFile. Which theme was this? Dark Pro? Maybe it doesn't highlight Dark Pro theme VS Code. It's also possible that my really broken selector engine is really broken selector engine. Yeah, I guess it only highlights from files. Okay, so I think what we have is correct. As weird as it looks. Cool. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that enough for today? It's been 6 hours. It works though. Oh, so cool. Oh, these are wrong. They shouldn't be white colored. But it's not right yet. And of course, like, the logic is real busted. Hey, what's up, the Swiss? Oh no, Nano. Yeah, well, deal with it. Okay, this is what it should look like. I don't know why they don't highlight this. Let's see if the other theme does, though. What's the other one called? Not Horizon, Grovebox. Oh, we picked a light theme. It probably does, but I probably just did it wrong. Oh, that hurts the eyes. Alright, we're back to the dark one. But yeah, I should be able to use a lot of this same logic to do the highlighting of Babi. But actually getting that working is a lot more work. But I'm really happy with what I got working today. So I think I'm probably gonna call it here. After this one little thing works. It's close. It's getting there. There's a lot more complexity to figure out, but definitely getting there. No 24-hour stream. Yeah, no. Maybe, I don't know. I think tomorrow I'm gonna play Pokemon on stream. We'll see. This is a hackathon now, right? I do have a 3-day weekend, so like, I have to spend my 3k ninja points. I think they roll over is identical. But yeah, I think I'm gonna play whichever. I don't remember whether I have Sword or Shield. Which game did I buy? On this. Let's see. What game do I have? Apparently. Is that what they're called? I don't know. Joy-Cons, these guys. Get a Pro controller. Maybe I'll get controllers. For now, I just... I'm gonna turn... Yeah, in theory I'll play Pokemon tomorrow. Casual, right? But yeah, I have to hook that up and get like the sound working so that I can hear it in my headphones, because it's not hooked up to a TV, it's just hooked up to a capture card. I'm super happy with all the stuff that we did today with the syntax highlighting and stuff. So I'll probably continue working on that. I don't know, since I have a 3-day weekend and like, I don't know, don't really have anything else to do, so I'll probably be streaming at least 2 of the days. Well, I'll probably be streaming all the days. But tomorrow will probably just be boring Pokemon, and I'll probably be back to working on this on Monday. We'll see. Because it's getting there. It's getting very close. We've done the file parsing part. We just need to make this parser state machine thing work properly. It's very far from working correctly right now, but I don't think it'll be too hard to get it completely over the line there. Colors look somehow wrong here, but I think they're right. No, it's something. It's something. But anyway, thank you guys all for watching. Let me do my little spiel, and then we'll wind down, and we'll send you guys off to another channel. So, if you liked what you saw and want to check out more content that I produce, I upload it all to YouTube, and that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. It's the same channel name as my Twitch channel. So subscribe there, follow on Twitch, blah blah blah. You know, the whole jazz. Like, comment, subscribe. But yeah, there's a bunch of content up there. Most of the recent content is from Advent of Code, which is a bunch of puzzles per day that were released in December. I haven't finished them yet. I plan to finish them eventually, but those are up there, and you can see other previous content for developing and stuff. Smash the like button, hit the notification bell, right, Mindful Fox? But yeah, that's YouTube's. I usually stream on Saturdays during this time slot, which starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time, but sometimes I stream in the middle of the week. But either way, I announce that in 2 places. One of them is on twitter.com/codewithanthony, which is my Twitters. I usually post something like, I'll be streaming in 60 minutes, blah 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 blah, something like that. And then I usually stream. But yeah, so Follow me on Twitter if you want to get notifications there. I also announced them on Discord, which I've just linked the Discord for the channel in the chat, so feel free to join there. We talk about programming and memes and all sorts of other fun stuff there. So check that out. And is that it? I think that's it. But yeah, let me find another channel. We'll send you guys off there. Thank you all for watching.